Welcome, Flesh and Blood players, to the Greek Nationals 2023. I'm Yorgos Samaras. I will be your host for today, and I'm here with 60 Greek players ready to tackle the Greek National stream. So, it has been a very interesting month so far since so we are here with the 60 players from Greece. To tackle. Today we will be having, this is a 64 player event. Today we will be having 9 rounds, 3 rounds of constructed, then into 3 rounds of high seas draft, and then another 3 rounds of classic constructed. And we will move into tomorrow for the top 8 in order to find who the Greek national champion is going to be. So the metagame in high seas has been pretty interesting. I mean, we've seen Gravy Bones having a very large impact on the metagame since the nationals at the US to calling Bologna. I mean, we've seen the impact of Gravy Bones. Also, during calling Bologna, the fact that no final is out of the picture will bring a huge shift to the metagame, something that we've already seen in the past week. And this is pretty much the final week for that while we prepare for the Pro Tour. So, an interesting meta game we have in our hands, and I'm really excited to see what the Greek players will bring to this event. For some context, in general, Greece has been there is a tendency towards aggressive decks in Greece. I mean, there have been many good, very good aggressive players. Most of the players really do like the ninjas and stuff, so I'm really interested to see what the choices will players bring, because Cindra feels like a dominant choice, and I feel like there are many very prominent Greek Cindra players, so I'm excited for that. On the other hand, this is a field that is easily preyed upon by Guardians, Yarl, etc. So I'm really excited to see how this will happen. Also, Gravy Bones is constantly a huge threat for the top tables. I mean, it will be also interesting to see how good Verdance is going to perform in general. So, we have a wild meta game. There has been a small delay regarding the start of the event, but we will be right back with the first round. So, see you very, very soon. Okay, so here we have round number one. It will be Achilleas Skopoulos versus Yannis Kariotakis. So both of them are pretty premium flesh and blood players from the Greek community. Achilleas with the recent top 8 in calling Bologna with Vynnset here to show his prowess with the deck. Yannis Kariotakis is also a very seasoned flesh and blood player in the Greek community. He has been playing a lot of Wizard with also a very soft touch for Levia. But in this event, it looks like he's with the more traditional good choice right now, which is Verdance. Verdance is a very decent chunk of the metagame, so I'm really excited to see how a deck like Vynnset can handle this type of matchup. And Achilleas, knowing being so far an seasoned Vynnset player, will show us how to handle this matchup. I'm really excited to see. A bit unlucky for both of them to face each other in so early in the tournament, mainly because this is a big event and you want to face the better players towards the later rounds. So it will also be a quite big factor. For instance, if Vynnset will attempt to get this game to fatigue, or will she attempt to rush this game down? I mean, there are many different strategies that she can handle, and that's, I think, one of the biggest strengths of Vynnset, that the deck is not so common, so most players have not an exact experience with them. They have a feeling about how the matchup should go or how the matchup should look like, and even though most of the time that's true, it's very easy. It's a very easy field for a seasoned Vynnset player to show how to handle these weird matchups. Also, I think Vynnset probably is one of the biggest winners with no leaving the field, because the rest of the field right now, being Cindra and Azalea, is a very good point for Vynnset, because Vynnset loves to play versus decks that it's not easy for them to handle, are the arcane damage, they do not always have that extra blue card, etc. So it will be really interesting to see how Achilles performs this event. So again, it's 3 rounds of constructed into 3 rounds of draft into 3 rounds of constructed. So getting a good head start could be an easy way to lock for the top 8. So I think the most important part in this matchup is going to be whether Yannis Kariotakis will attempt to get this game to fatigue, or whether he will try to play a more fair game and decompose, etc. So we'll see about that, and it will really depend if Achilleas has tweaked about anything in his list from calling Bologna, because calling Bologna, maybe we're expecting a bit more Florian compared to now, where now in the Greek nationals we expect a lot of ninjas, we expect a lot of Zalias, so maybe Achilles tweaked his list a bit in order to tackle a more Greek-focused meta game. But that's just the matchup that a player Yannis Kariotakis and Verdance will flourish upon. So players are still sideboarding. So I think the title is quite an important factor, mainly not because Verdance really cares about the title, but because Vynnset has so many things to set up and so many things to do until the turn 0 of the game. So even though it is not that relevant for the Verdance player, it's really important for the Vynnset. So I think from the Vynnset side, you want to, like when playing versus most Earth heroes, I think Vynnset wants to get ahead in the game early. Because when Achilles wants to have a solid advantage to Giannis Karyotakis before Verdance can actually reach these 8 before Verdance can reach the 8 Earth cards in the bunny zone, before all that the weird things start happening. So the first few turns might be really important for Achilles in order to get this advantage. Otherwise, an easy way from the Vynnset point of view to lose a game probably has to be to try to play your hand every turn, to try to extend every single turn, where a single blue being pitched and one defense reaction or something would mean that you'd leak no damage. And if you don't start doing these big turns, as been said, you might struggle a bit. So I think this is a matchup that in a vacuum, Giannis is happy playing. I think Giannis in a vacuum is a happy playing versus Vynnset. Verdance in general is a deck that has a lot of blues, has a lot of defensive tools, is really happy with playing the slower game, and really enjoys doing this block with a few cards, then hit you back with a few cards. So Verdance can play really well into that game state. So from the other hand, though, Achilles is way more happy to face an Earth hero like Verdance compared to a deck like Florian, because the equipment is a big part of it, where Florian, for instance, has all of this equipment and Guardians have all these equipments. So even though the blue type decks are really hard matchup in general for Vynnset, he's way more happy to play versus a deck that doesn't pack a lot of equipment, that doesn't pack. So they haven't rolled any die. I'm super excited to see who won the die roll, but my guess is whoever wins the die roll in this matchup will want to go first. Vynnset mainly to set up, and Verdance mainly because she wants to deny the opportunity of Vynnset to set up. So it's also really important from the Verdance side how fast she can actually do the first few decomposes. So when the first few decomposes are active, that means that all of your threats are now active. Your plow unders attack for a lot, your feelings attack for a lot. So, and that's maybe something that Achilles can abuse. This is something that it's okay. We have the equipment revelation. So from the Vynnset side, we have Tunic, Creepers, Quill Hunt, and Spellvoid 2 on head. And from Giannis side, we have Plume, we have Alluvion on chest and boots, and I can't really tell which the arms are. Hopefully we'll find out. So Giannis probably won the die roll, chose to go first, and opens with a Warmongers. Okay, so that's really interesting. First of all, it's interesting because Azalea is still legal. So with Azalea still being legal, it's a card you really want in the matchup. And by the way, also helps you in matchups like that, like Vynnset. So Warmonger is a very good first turn to play. It's really important for Verdance to disrupt the play patterns of Achilles, and Achilles chooses to banish, make a rune chant, banish Deathly Whale, and we'll see if he will try to attack or simply set up. Apparently Achilles chose Peace, he sets up the Malefic, so he's in a very good spot to, not a lot of things to do turn 0, but probably he doesn't mind too much, being that this is the first turn, so he wasn't expecting to do much. So we see a clean felling from Yannis, so he's probably really desperate to get these first few copies of the Earth cards in the graveyard. So we see a blank felling of the crown, so no decompose, but Yannis probably has a rough hand. That's something that can happen a lot of times when playing Verdance, and also I believe it's also a factor that Yannis chose War with his Warmongers, so that means if he got flooded with a few spells or non-attacks, that means a lot of things can happen. So Achilles actually chose to go with a more defensive side. That's really interesting because my guess, what he tells me with that line is that he probably wants to set up. Yeah, he doesn't want to attack, he wants to take his time. Don't give Yannis the opportunity to decompose and take his time and set up these huge turns. Oh, we have an Oblivion on Achilles' hand, so if he can set up the Oblivion, having the ally, it's actually not so easy for him to get. Oh, but we see a Scour from Yannis, so he gets him back to square zero already, so a very good answer for him. So running Scour is so good in this matchup. I mean, Achilles wanted to take his time to not allow the opponent to try and set up, and Yannis just sent him back to turn zero. So all the setup now that Achilles wanted to do with the rune sands, etc., now it's all gone. And a want to keep pushing some damage. So Achilles wants to take the more defensive side, because he knows he needs to set up this turn. Now the Oblivion will be quite dead in his hand. So he makes a rune sand and seals. He probably won't attack, he will still pass. Achilles wants to set up a big hand, but now it's probably starting to get out of hand. Because now that the damage clocks a lot, now Achilles starts taking a lot of blood, and that's a spot that Yannis Karyotakis is really happy about. I mean, every turn where nothing happens means that Achilles will start bleeding and the life difference will be bigger and bigger. So it's really interesting to see what Achilles needs to do in order to get out of this situation. So Yannis chooses to put an earth card in graveyard, a more easy way. So he probably didn't want to decompose because I can see he has the blow under and doesn't want to remove that, and still wants to deal arcane, push some damage. Probably there is a card that Yannis Karyotakis is really happy about. So that's really exciting because Yannis Karyotakis actually shows a bit of experience in the matchup. I mean, keeping that Scour to set up Achilles back means that he has a sense of what he wants Achilles to do in this game. So, and now Achilles needs to make a decision whether he can still play the defensive game or he needs to start pushing damage. So Achilles probably needs to start having a turn at some point, but if the hand doesn't have a lot of non-attacks, if the hand doesn't have a lot of things to do, he might still need to bleed and start taking some damage. So I can see I read the runes in the hand of Achilles Skopoulos, and also a go again. A zero cost that gives go again to another red card. So Achilles can have a turn, but probably right now maybe the rune sands aren't enough. So Achilles really takes his time to think what he can do. Tunic goes up to 3. So Tunic is up to 3, so he has access to that resource for maybe creepers to play at instant speed and non-attack to generate him a few more action points. So I think Yannis is really fine with how the game is going. If the game keeps being this steady from the side of Giannis, I think this will be a really good thing for him. So Giannis just wants nothing too aggressive to happen. So the typical flesh and blood line of taking 5 minutes to consider about blocking and then just taking the damage. Okay, let's see. We see a banish of a blood moon that can generate a rune sentry. So let's see how Achilles can handle this hand. So the Saturn attack in his hand states that they can give go again to a red card in the banish zone, meaning they can give go again to the blood moon to potentially generate an action point. Does Achilles wants to be greedy and do that? Or does he have something else in mind? I think the only problem right now from the Achilles side is that he doesn't have a lot of runes and generation, so that either means that he needs to pop the quill hand, or that means that he won't be able to do a huge turn. I think Achilles here really wants to set up Oblivion and generate the ally. So that's exactly the spot that Giannis Karyotakis wants the game to be in right now. He is really struggling to try to find the lines to push damage towards him. So, and Giannis still hasn't played a lot of copies of his big cards. Like, we've already seen a Felling being played for almost nothing. We've seen a Blawander being pitched. So a few of these big earth cards of, okay, now Achilles is going off. The rune sands go up to 4. And the blue annihilation, one of the most annoying cards that a player can actually play. Okay, it looks like he didn't do that. So let's see. The blue annihilation is one of the most strong cards that you can play. I mean, if you have taken damage banish a card from your hand, it's a very annoying thing to deal with, because most of the times when you are facing 4 arcane and 6 damage, even if you try and prevent everything, most of the time it means that you do not most of the time it means you will not have any other cards left to play your hand, so the card accomplishes its thing either way. So let's see, I think that's an interesting hand for Achilles Kopoulos in a very important turn. So I think what goes through Achilles' mind right now is that he wants to activate the creepers in order to play the runes. But the problem with that line is that he never reaches that sweet spot of 6 rune sands at the same time. So he's probably trying to find a way to generate enough rune sands to set up the next attack, and trying to keep the pressure up. So apparently, okay, the quill hands get popped. We give go again, we trigger Vynnset, 1 damage is taken. So the go again goes to the blood moon. So that means now that blood moon can be played at instant speed and will have go again. That means it will generate an action point for Achilles. Okay, now we see a red deathly whale. 6 physical and another 4 arcane. And that will generate a new... Oh, it's a yellow. Okay, that will generate a new action point for Achilles. So Achilles really wants to do a very big turn. So it was 4 arcane, 1 was unpreventable. First damage that Achilles manages to push through into the Verdance. And he takes another 3. Yeah, most of the time that's the thing, that if you take the first arcane, you don't really care about the rest. And we see a sync below from Giannis while waiting to bait if there was a suck-up or if there was anything annoying, but apparently nothing. So just a few more damage getting pushed through. Now, when Achilles decides to turn off the combat chain, that means that he will generate two new rune sets. And an extra rune set will be generated from the blood moon. So here, that is enough rune sets to play the Oblivion, but what does Achilles has in mind? So he closes the combat chain, generates two rune sets. Now he technically has no action point, but can play the blood moon at instant speed. And he does. Okay, that will generate him a third rune sand, and it will give him back his action point because it had go again. So Achilles now with an action point, creepers up, an Oblivion, and the runes in hand. So let's see what he wants to do now. So Yannis Kariotakis has a feeling that he wants to play, and he actually wants to probably start decomposing. That's why he didn't really care to block too much out of that attack, because he wants to keep at least two cards. Oh, +3 to our next attack, and okay, into read the room. So next attack will, oh, the Oblivion, finally. We see the Oblivion being played, so now our next turn blade attack will be coming for 9 and 6 arcane. That's a huge turn for Achilles Skopoulos. That's exactly what you wanted to happen. Doing a huge turn, so now he attacks for 9 physical and 6 arcane. Yannis really needs to respect this turn, and that's a problem now that Yannis really wanted to keep his hand and play his Felling and start damage, but no, I mean it's really hard for Yannis to respect this turn. And also the Annihilation is going to banish a card from his hand, so he will most likely won't have the option of taking the damage because it's just so much damage. The only good part of that is that if Yannis chooses, he can keep an Earth card to banish. But I think Yannis, most likely he will prefer to pitch as much as possible and defend as much as possible and just, give a 4-card hand back to Achilles. Because the damage threat is too much. I mean, Vynnset this turn started with 4 arcane and 5 physical into 6 arcane and 9 physical. I mean, Achilles did a huge turn, so okay, we see pitching the blues and blocking with Felling, blocking with Sink Below, and only a few damage leak, so Yannis is fine with this trade. It's not the end of the world for him, but Achilles really knows how these things work, really knows that that's a game state that will most likely happen. So I don't see a very hot hand from Achilles. I mean, it feels like it's a hand that has block, that has a lot of attacks. It's not the most optimal hand to get after you get this much tempo. So we most likely see a setup turn here from Achilles. The good thing though is that the ally is given the option of keeping your nuisance around. So let's see. We have only one rune and Vynnset really cannot operate, but that's the good thing for sometimes having blue cards in your deck, is that you can sometimes maybe pitch and attack, and that will keep you with a bigger hand. The only problem with that is that the creepers have counter, and that counter in creepers means that they will get destroyed if no arcane goes through. So Achilles apparently chooses to attack with a red Deathly Whale, so 6 physical, 1 arcane. And Giannis now has this annoying point of, do I care enough to get rid of his creepers, or do I care more about getting full value out of the cards in my hand? So this is a great spot where it will show us what Giannis wants to do in this matchup, if he actually considers fatiguing the Vynnset, or if he wants to play the game a bit more fair because he feels like he will outvalue him. And apparently Giannis chooses to take some damage. Okay, it's not so much damage, and Achilles already bleeds out. That will generate him 1 Rune Chant, and so Achilles chooses to discard the card rather than keep a dead card in arsenal. He prefers to not have an arsenal at all. And now Achilles keeps his creepers, has the ally, has a Rune Chant for next turn, and okay, let's see what's the hand that Giannis chose to keep. I feel like it probably has something to do with Decompose, because we haven't seen too many Decomposes yet. So I can see Command and Conquer from Giannis Kariotakis' hand, so he most likely wanted to disrupt the opponent with the Command and Conquer, but apparently goes for the heal 3-way. And into CNC. Okay, CNC into killing the ally, that's really smart. So Giannis won't have to care about the ally, he's still at 33, Achilles doesn't have a lot of setup, so I think Achilles is in a very good spot right now. I mean, he needs the first turn of getting rid of his Malefic has really crippled his gameplay, because Achilles hasn't managed to find a second copy of Malefic up until now, and that has really slowed his steady development of Rune Chants to keep the pressure up. So we see an Eloquence getting banished, so one of the very strong cards that actually pushed Vynnset. I mean, it being a card that's 1 for 4, if you take that, if any player has taken damage, make an Eloquence, that's a very good card for setup, but that's not exactly what Achilles is looking right now. And Achilles is already at 23 HP, so he won't have, he doesn't have the luxury of, waiting too much. So he needs to start to close this game out. He needs to do his big turns pretty fast, because if he keeps bleeding dry with the blood depths and the cheap damage from Giannis, I don't think he will have the luxury of being able to come back to this game. So 4 physical, 2 arcane comes towards his way. So Verdance though really loving playing this defensive game. Giannis has a shelter, so it's really clean to block the 4, so it's quite easy now to prevent the 2 arcane. Okay, Giannis actually chose to take the arcane and decompose. Okay, that's really interesting. That means that he either expects another attack, or he really doesn't have a lot of blues, because I think we've seen 1 or 2 copies of Shelter from Giannis. An Eloquence gets created when he closes the combat chain, and apparently Achilles chooses to simply end his turn, making an Eloquence, losing a few cards, it's fine. Okay, Achilles got another very good extender, so let's see. Let's see what Giannis will choose to do now that he has a few cards in hand. Oh, he kept a Summerfall to try and disrupt. Again, Giannis with the back-to-back disruption towards Achilles. He really wants to punish Achilles for trying to set up. Once with the Scout and now with the Summerfall, and that's a very strong spot to play the Summerfall, getting the Earth cards up to 5, I think, right now. The only bad thing was that Giannis was a bit flooded with red cards. He had 3 red cards and really wanted to play the Summerfall, so that's why he chose to take that to arcane damage there, because if he had a card of any other color but red, he could also either block a bit more or keep a card in arsenal. So let's see how much that cripples Achilles, because now Achilles has one of those hands with a bunch of non-attacks, and that's a very good spot to be in as Vynnset when you have so many attacks in the banish zone. So he plays a non-attack. That will trigger Eloquence. He's going to trigger Vynnset first. And he uses the blood on top of the Eloquence trigger, so that's a very interesting interaction that happens from the Vynnset side. So, because Eloquence never actually resolves, you can, if you play another non-attack at instant speed, the Eloquence can actually trigger twice. The first one doesn't really matter for the action point, because the card already had to go again, but it will allow him to trigger blood and go to a second action point. So that means now that Achilles will have an action point to use with the Deathly Whale. Deathly Whale attacking for 9, and now when the combat chain closes, it will generate 2 new rune chants for Achilles to keep the pressure up. So Giannis Karyotakis, I don't think he loves to see what's going on right now, but I think he still doesn't mind too much. I think still this is a manageable position for Giannis. I mean, he still has a lot of life to work with, and he still hasn't seen a lot of his powerful cards, and honestly, the time is on Giannis' side, so 2 more cards hitting the earth. I think we are 1 decompose away from actually flipping the Verdance and start getting this value, so Giannis really wants this game to slow down even more. Okay, so not a lot of damage go through. Now the combat chain closes. Achilles will get 2 rune chants, and he actually passes and prefers to set up rather than try and push some damage where he doesn't have a great hand. And probably that's a spot where Vynnset is really happy playing from. I mean, you are behind, sure, but if you play with 4 card hands every turn and you get dripped a bit from the blood depth every turn, that means that at some point you will play with a 5 card hand, with a 6 card hand. And you know, it's really interesting because Vynnset most of the time already, Vynnset so many times already, you know, cheats resources, so sometimes Vynnset can do this really explosive stuff, and I think that's what Achilles right now is looking for. Achilles really wants to find this huge explosive turn where Giannis won't be able to interact, and that will actually help him catch up to life total. So Giannis will not have the luxury of taking damage in order to play his hands. Okay, Phantom Banshee. So a casual 347 with 3 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal, 2 cards in bank. Giannis knows that something's up. There is no way that, he has nothing else to do. So that's a very tricky spot from. That's always a very tricky spot from the Vynnset side. Because the first thing that comes to mind from the opponent's side is to want to pitch to the arcane, because you don't want to give him free access to the succumbs and all the non-attacks that can be played for instant when you have taken damage. So, but the problem now is that the creepers are up and Tunic is up as well. So it really depends on what Giannis wants to accomplish. So we see pitching the Ring of Roses from the Giannis side. Probably he feels like that it's not early enough, and now 1 damage is about to go through. Let's see what Achilles wants to do here. So I can see a Dirge in Achilles' hand, so he activates Tunic, use Creepers, get the Creepers up to the second counter, into Marvelous guys. Oh no, that's really bad news for Giannis Karyotakis, because right now he used most of the cards in his hand, so unless the card in his arsenal is a defense reaction, that means that he won't be able to prevent the Marvelous Skies attack from hitting. Okay, and we see another interesting interaction where Dirge is being played, and then he tries to create an eloquence with his offhand in order to consume the eloquence and make the 3 runes. And that's really bad news now for Giannis, because he won't be able to block that Phantom Wraith that gets going, and the Red Maverick Skies will activate the second of Phantom Wraith. That's really bad news for Giannis. Now Achilles, that's exactly what Achilles wanted to happen, that the Red Maverick Skies activating the Phantom Wraith, activating the next Phantom Wraith. Okay, does Giannis has a defense reaction in his arsenal? And that's the biggest problem that a deck like Verdance has compared to Florian, because now Verdance cannot use her equipment to block. Her equipment doesn't block almost anything. So the Howling Banshee will go through. Giannis will take the 7 down to 18, making 3 rune chants into another Phantom Wraith for 7, and another 10 damage. Giannis Karyotakis will need to go down to 8 if he wants to play his next turn. Okay, let's see if Giannis has anything to do now. Okay, apparently he's simply small attack. A Fruits of the Forest for 7, just to put some damage up. I mean, the game still feels close. The game still feels that it could swing either way. So Achilles now really needs to play around the fact from the Giannis Mage Master boots. So but that's the good part from the Achilles side, that he runs the spell void on the headpiece. That means that Giannis' reach will be even smaller to what it normally is, meaning that most likely Achilles can take this full hit if he really wants to, but most likely Achilles will want to maintain his life total at least a bit high, because he most of the time never wants to go below the the 10 hit point mark when you're playing versus Verdance. Now that Burn Bear is a very strong card. Choose to simply use the tunic, simply to not want to fall below a certain life threshold. So let's see, we see the banished, Deathly Whale. We see a Dirge multiplying the rune chance up to 3. We see an overpowered go again to the next rune blade attack into another Deathly Whale, and that's really bad news. I mean, Verdance is one of the few decks that can actually play around the overpowered keyword because it has a lot of defense reaction, but that doesn't look to be the case in Yannis Karyotakis' hand right now. So that means that the attack will go through, and it's not so much that there is any annoying hit effect. The most annoying part is that damage will go through, and that means an extra rune chant for Achilleas, and Yannis Karyotakis doesn't have a lot of life total to work with after the huge turn from Vynnset. So 2 damage go through, Yannis will go down to 7. I mean, in clutch moments, Yannis can still gain some life total if Achilleas tries to do anything too sneaky to end the game. And Yannis really wants to take a breather and actually use his plan because he hasn't managed to get value out of his very strong cards right now. I mean, Achilleas had a really good sequencing on turns where Yannis really wanted to play, and that gave him a huge amount of tempo. So let's see. The clock is also running down. I hope that that won't mean that this game will go to time. I don't think this game will go to time. I think the game should be over in the first few turns, in the next few turns. So Achilleas really wants to, it's a really tough spot for Achilleas right now because he knows that he has a succumbing temptation, Achilleas, but he doesn't want to play it because it's a really suspicious way how Yannis Karyotakis is blocked. Because now any defense reaction, even without decompose, could potentially fully block, and if that's the case, probably Achilleas wants to save the succumb to temptation. He doesn't want to play into that, and he wants to arsenal it. But if he doesn't play the succumb of temptation, that opens him to getting hit by a felling next turn. So it's a really hard decision for Achilleas. Does he want to go to the win, or he doesn't want to get blown out by defense reaction, meaning that maybe he won't have the resources to actually close the game in the next few turns. The problem is that there is a felling in the graveyard. That means that with 2 random blues, Yannis Karyotakis can hit the felling with full effect right now. That will also activate Verdance. So that's a really rough spot. So he uses creepers to play succumb actually. Because no arcane damage has gone through, so he plays succumb. Yannis Karyotakis has a mental block. He actually has a way to play around that succumb of temptation. Okay, at least the good news now from for Achilleas is that no felling can come through, and simply a flail, and that means he will only generate a single rune, and his creepers are now gone. So Yannis Karyotakis is on the final line. He can see now Vynnset's running out of gas. Vynnset probably might miss a turn, that clunky hands from the Runeblade. Will Runeblade things happen? this game. So Giannis Kargatakis is in a weird spot where he has a ponder, nothing too good, but I think the value he gained from that turn were enormous. So and completely, Giannis Kargatakis completely skips Arsenal there. Okay, he has an eloquence, he has a sudden on attack. That's the perfect spot. You want to push damage, but the rest of his hand is not really strong. He doesn't have a lot of things to do. Achilles has the block on bleed card in his hand, so if Giannis Kariotakis attempts to finish the game now, that's a great spot for Achilles because he actually has a defensive card. So we see a 5 go again with an unpreventable rune chant. Oh no, Achilles hasn't triggered Vynnset, so 2 arcane with another 5 damage because Achilles knows that he will probably end this turn with a flail, so some damage will go through no matter what, so he has no reason to care about the arcane. Hence will take the 2 arcane, go down to 7 and simply block for 2, for 3, taking 2, and then another mental block. That's really nice. Gets a new ponder and a flail. That will get Achilles down to 5 though. If Giannis has a great turn here, that's a really bad news for Achilles, but it looks like he still has and we see an enlightened strike from Giannis Kargatakis for 7. The ponder means you will get a card in arsenal. And now Vynnset is in that really rough spot where she needs to block. And if you go too low, you're simply dead to a Boots activation. So he probably needs to respect that. And if Achilles respects this lightning strike too much, that will probably mean that he won't have a lot of things to attack with. Achilles right now is in a really rough spot. So Achilles needs the extra runes and to actually start threatening Giannis Kariotakis' life, but does he has anything to threaten him with? So he actually does a full block, goes up to a second rune chant, and Giannis will finally manage to go on the offensive. Again, missing with ponder the card in arsenal. We don't see a spell, and this is a Deathly Whale simply I think for 6 and 3, so here we see the premium, their very strong hands from Vynnset. Vynnset plays really well into these very small hands, so that's a very good spot, but I don't think Giannis, this is a game state that Giannis doesn't mind too much. So will Giannis attempt to keep pushing? Now the card in arsenal starts to feel really threatening. But last turn, some arcane went through, so and he fully blocked the attack. So Giannis really needs to check if there is anything annoying in arsenal because he feels like he has control of this game. A really nail-biting moment for Giannis. This endgame has been phenomenal so far for both players. Giannis apparently chooses to go down the defensive route. He probably doesn't have something that he wants to keep his hand. He wants to maintain his life total, so when things... He needs to respect the attack with at least one card. I'm going to... Yannis having an Enlightened Strike and Commanding Mover means he can, if he wants to, he can block with a single card and threaten with something back, but he really needs to check and see if there is anything too annoying that can happen from the arsenal. Right now there are not many cards that could actually threaten Kargadaki's life. I mean, probably the worst thing to see here would be something like a Generator Moonsound card coming from the arsenal of Achilles. Yannis is in a really rough spot. It will all depend on Achilles versus Scopulus next hand. If Achilles manages to find another very good hand off the top of his deck, that will be really bad news for Yannis, and that's probably what he's considering. That if Yannis fully blocks now, he uses Plum to get the boots. He actually goes for it. He actually deals the 4 Arcane, preventing 2. He goes down to 2 into waiting mode. Into waiting mode for another 3, and that's game. That's game for Yannis Karyotakis. He actually sees the line that there is almost no way for Yannis Karyotakis to close the game there. Okay, and we will be round back pretty soon after the next round is up. We have about 5 minutes until the next round. So we will be right back for the round 2. So we are back for round two. First round, that was a really exciting game between Achilleas and Yannis Vuxinenil, beating game between two top-notch players from the Greek community. Now we are bringing you a new matchup. We are seeing the defending national champion, Dimitris Melisinos, playing versus with Slippy into Kassai VS. So we have a much more interesting, much more newer meta game with a bit more traditional decks. So Dimitris has been a new, Kassai has been a new force coming into this meta game, with mainly because it can be a very good matchup into decks like Grave Bones. And Slippy, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, is one of the assassins that is here to probably replace No Alluring Desire after hitting a level. So it has been a really interesting spot for the assassins players to see what to see how this meta is going to look like. So, but Slip Through the Cracks is a very interesting hero. It's an assassin, so it has all the good package of being aggressive and having disruption and codexes and leaving a witness and all that. Very strong cards that are really strong into most of the aggressive decks, mainly like Cindra or Azalea, and it's really interesting to see how this matchup will look like versus a warrior, because warriors traditionally have been decks that have a very strong matchup into assassins, specifically No, and it will be really interesting to see what it will be really interesting to see how can Kassai player navigate through a game versus an assassin, and does the inherent disadvantage of assassins still work versus a warrior? Slippy is probably one of the decks that has the best chance into these types of decks, and it will be really interesting to see how Slippy will navigate this one. The meta breakdown will be up after this round. Last round went almost 2 times, so we don't have enough time to set this up. But for next round, I will show you the full metagame breakdown. And Pericles is one of those. It's a relatively new player. He has been playing the games for a few years now, and he's actually starting to become one of those seasoned warrior players. He has tinkered with a lot with Dorinthia. He has moved into Kassai. He has played a lot of Fang. He's a very seasoned warrior player, so it was really expected from him to bring Kassai in this tournament. And Dimitris Melisinos, after his Nationals victory in 2023, he has established that he's a seasoned player. He managed to win in 2023 with Uzuri into the Lexa meta game. So it's really interesting to see what Dimitris Melisinos brings to this game and what's his take on the Slippy deck. So we see pretty traditional equipment with Mask of Perdition and stuff, but at least we get the first turn, getting blocked by Go again, hitting by Blade Runner, so it's a 2 Go again, blocked with Living Witness. Dimitris really doesn't want to take a lot of damage. He wants to be the first one being the aggressor, and the great thing about Slip Through the Cracks is that it's really easy for him to transform his big hand into very aggressive, very aggressive turns. So not a lot of damage getting leaked here. Dimitris is actually running the Flick Knives, and one of the daggers that we haven't seen too much, he's not running the 2 copies of Clave. We've seen that being a strategy with running a lot of daggers in the Slip through the Cracks Slip through the Cracks deck. So let's see. So here we will have the first real turn of the game. Not a lot of things went through. So Pain on the backside, a very annoying card, the 3 Go again that will not consume the Go again aspect of Slippy, and that's a very good extender because if this attack goes through, that means that Pericles will be marked from the Clave. So we see an aggressive use of equipment. It's really annoying to deal with the piercing, so blocking for 3 versus a card that's not easy to get buffed is really interesting. So into a red Bonds of Attraction. So that card doesn't have a lot of interesting, it's not super strong in Kassai. There are not many relevant cards that you can banish, but actually trimming down the graveyard of Kassai means that it won't be so easy for her to trigger her innate hero ability. So we see a flick into from the dagger that will get consumed in order to get marked. Now Pericles is marked, meaning that all the annoying hit effects from Dimitris Melisinos will be now active. And the natural go again means that Dimitris can still pushing. He still has 2 cards in hand. He already removed 2 cards from the opponent's hand. Oh, into a Take Up the Mantle from a turn 0 block into Bonds of Agony. Okay, now the Bonds of Agony. This is the second attack reaction Dimitris played, and that's a really good spot. I mean, getting that's the only drawback from attacking turn 0 and equipping an extra dagger, but that's not the strongest part of this. The strongest part is that now the Bonds of Agony is active, meaning that if this goes through, it will really strip the hand from Pericles, and it's not easy to block an attack that has 5 more power. So Pericles could easily have a defense reaction here, but the second defense reaction is not enough to fully block now this Bonds of Agony. Dimitris starts really hot, and that's one of the main reasons why Slippy has been so strong right now. That he has this really aggressive hands that's so easy for him to to push. And the problem with Kassai is that she doesn't love losing a specific card from hand. Kassai can play a very strong turn with 2 cards of his choosing. Kassai doesn't play great when the opponent needs to remove a card from his hand, because Dimitris here could potentially get rid of his blue card, so it's harder to pitch, or he could get rid of his go again, meaning that Kassai won't be able to give go again to his next attack. And the remove from deck aspect of bonds is not completely irrelevant. So we see a Fate Foreseen, and that's the problem, that right now this is coming for 8. It was a really hard turn for Pericles to expect. You most of the time do not expect like turn 1 bonds, and 1 damage will go through. Pericles will go down to 39, and that means that bonds is active, and Dimitris will equip a new clave from his. We'll get a new clave. So getting a Blade Runner means not only that he prevents the next turn from Kassai, but also that he will get rid of 2 more Blade Runners from Pericles' deck. That used to be a huge problem for Kassai a few sets back, that it didn't have that reliable go against. But I'm guessing that it's not such a huge problem right now, but missing 2 of an extra 2 copies of the strongest go again card Pericles has access to is not irrelevant. So it might bite him if this game drags out, and at some point we might see a turn where Kassai won't be able to keep going, and that will be really annoying for Pericles. So that's a very good start from Dimitris, but that's sometimes to be expected when that's probably one of the strongest part from Slippy, that he gets the second turn of the game and starts the pressure up and will keep the pressure up, because it's almost impossible for Slippy deck to completely miss a turn and not have a hand where it will either disrupt the opponent or deal a significant amount of damage. So Dimitris Melisinos gets a quick peek at Pericles' deck. So we see a lot of defense reactions. We see mongers for other strategies. So to face Azalea, I mean, Azalea will be a very strong deck in this meta game. So Warmongers is not something not to be expected, so not too many defense reactions, so Dimitris probably is happy with that not too many defense reactions are in Pericles' deck, and that's a very strong start from Dimitris. So the game will instantly goes to the point where Dimitris wants to keep the pressure up, keep pushing more damage, and try to end this game as quickly as possible. While Pericles is the solid deck here, Pericles really wants the game to slow down, and Pericles really wants the game right now to slow down, so not a lot of things will happen, and simply pitching a red card, and that's the bad thing with getting hand disrupted. I mean, there is a huge difference for Kassai between having a 1 card in hand and having 2 cards in hand. So the question is here for Dimitris, does he have the pressure to keep the momentum he's already generated up? So we see a clave coming. That could mean 2 things. Either Dimitris right now has the extra blue in his hand, but he doesn't really need that, or that the mark is pretty relevant, because right now the boots are not up and they don't really block well the piercing equipment, and if Pericles wants to defend this, he either needs to commit a full card or commit a 2 block equipment, but
Apparently he chose not to care too much and simply take on damage. Makes sense, you most of the time don't want to do that, and we see a mark of the Black Widow, so that's exactly the reason why Dimitris wanted to mark Pericles here. That now mark of the Black Widow that is active means that if it goes through, it means that Pericles will lose a card, and that's a great spot where you want to have a defense reaction, so you need to, most of the time you need to respect this card, otherwise the value this gets insane. And the problem is that even if you block, sometimes the attack reactions from Slippy will push this card, and that's a great designed hero from LSS that it plays to both angles at the same time. I mean, Dimitris could currently be flooded in attacks and simply have an extra attack, but that will force a card out of Pericles' hand, and that's how it is. I mean, we see Leave No Witness coming through, so that means there is an extra card that is required to be blocked here, and we see Crown of Providence, a very solid choice into Assassin, protecting his arsenal, and Pericles will actually now have a turn. 2 damage. The silver is not completely irrelevant for both Mask of Perdition and the Assassin boots. But Pericles now is really happy, he should be really happy with the outcome. He committed the Crown of Providence, but he got a 4-card hand, and now it's his turn to start pressuring the Slippy. Slippy most of the time doesn't love blocking, so Pericles wants to have a really aggressive turn, and now Draw Swords is active, means Kassai has been activated as well, meaning that both of your weapons cost 0, so we see a Spoils of War, a really important card in this matchup that will... Generating the coppers is super important. Pericles probably doesn't love the fact that he had to pitch after he used Draw Swords, but if you need to pitch, pitching the card that will give you a very strong hit effect is actually quite relevant. So Dimitris probably starting here to block the defense reaction. He was blocked for 2 and another 4 with a very fancy GK sink below and fully block, mainly because getting the extra value of not allowing Pericles to generate the coppers. Pericles not having an attack reaction there means he simply attacks for 2, but even that 2 points of damage means that Dimitris needs either to respect this attack or Pericles will generate coppers, has 1 floating to generate a vigor, and apparently Dimitris wants to go down the defensive route. He doesn't want to give for free all this value to the Kassai player. So Pericles should be quite happy with his outcome. Dimitris committed his equipment and committed 2 cards, so he doesn't have a very aggressive turn. In his next hand, he kept a card in arsenal, repaired his boots. So, and here we see the bane of the aggressive decks, Art of Desire Body. The card that gives the Cindra players a nightmare. So we see an instant block from Pericles with equipment into a Razor Reflex, pumping the Art of Desire Body up to 6, meaning that now Dimitris could even use his Mask of Perdition to maybe push even more, but apparently Dimitris chooses not to because he's probably afraid of having a defense reaction. Dimitris really wanted that Art of Desire Body to hit, and he played it a bit safe by not activating the mask. So Pericles again should be really happy with this outcome. He only committed 2 equipment and now has a 5-card hand. Now this is the time for Pericles to actually start getting the momentum back into this game. Pericles has committed a lot of equipment now, so he only has 2 more block in his equipment, apart from the boots that will keep getting repaired every turn. So Dimitris should be happy with that, but then now that's an even playing field and Pericles has a 5-card hand. It's really important to see how much pressure, how much value will Pericles manage to generate. towards one of the few turns that he actually has access to a lot of tempo now. So we see no blocks from Dimitris and go again from Arsenal from Pericles into plus to the next sword attack. That's not the best outcome for Pericles, but probably Dimitris doesn't mind too much. The gold also means that Pericles will have access to drawing with gold, so that's the easiest translation of the extra blue in Pericles' hand into discount and actually more gas. He also creates a vigor, activates the arms that give plus 1 to his next attack, plays another plus 3 that will generate a copper on his Centauri, and that's probably the strength of the water decks. That's probably one of the biggest strengths of Kassai. These weird numbers, 5, 4, 6. I mean, there are so many annoying numbers. I mean, most of the time, the Kassai attacks do not line up perfectly to blocking, and also the +1 from the Saber is also super annoying to deal with. So that most of the time means that it's really annoying for the opponent to block unless they have very specific hands that they don't want to use. Assassins in general are able to play around the fact that Saber will get the +1 if it is by an attack action card. So Dimitris simply uses a defense, a Shelter from the Storm to simply get the full value of this card, feeling that he doesn't want to commit to defensively in this turn. Makes sense. So Pericles generated a lot of value here, so it's really important to see how it's really important to see how much of that value will he actually manage to use towards the later stages of the game. The life totals are pretty healthy for both players, so Pericles feels like he's getting back control into this game, so it's really important now. So Dimitris again opens with an Art of Desire Body, where he played around a defense reaction last round and Pericles kept a card, but Dimitris probably would feel like that could guess that the card in his arsenal is not defense reaction. So if Dimitris can actually push here the 2 extra cards, oh, and we see an activation of Mark of Perdition, no, we see a Tarantula Toxin negating the defense value of Blade Flurry to 0, meaning that now 3 damage will go through, but 2 cards will get banished. Now Dimitris is really smelling blood here, and he banishes 2 red cards, gaining 2 life, drawing 2 extra cards. So Dimitris is planning to have a huge turn. The only problem with that line most of the time is that you don't have much control of the cards you draw from the top of your deck, and sometimes you could get flooded with attacks, you could get weird timed codexes, you could have some stealth cards that are not easy to use them all together because the Guardian from his boots are not unconditional. So that means now Dimitris really wants to capitalize on the fact that he activated Mask of Perdition and has an extra 4 cards to keep pressuring damage. So this is a pivotal point in the game. If Dimitris manages again to do a huge third and completely negate and completely disrupt Pericles' game plan, that means that he will be back into control of the game. If that doesn't happen though, if there is simply a few more points of damage and Pericles will again get a new hand with generated value, that's really bad. So we see the red Double Trouble, a card that we haven't seen being played much until Slippy came around. The card from Mysteria, and it's a card that really really enjoys getting buffed from all the Slippy attack reactions. So we see 2 attack reactions. We see just a mix simply for the extra bonus in order to activate
the double trouble, and that's the only problem with running too many copies of just a Nick in Slip Through the Cracks. Not a great hand, but still Dimitris managed to push some damage, managed to translate the extra cards to at least a few points of value. So it really comes back down to the Kassai turn. Will Pericles manage to get back? So that's a great thing. Vigor pops, generates a resource, draws a card, and now Kassai again is active. So the scene below there is not the best card, but the Skirmisher is a really strong card because it will again threaten a copper, because at some point Pericles really wants to play a huge blood on her hands and completely get the momentum out of Dimitris Melisinos. So here we see a theoretical no-go again sword attack coming from the Kassai side. And Dimitris wants to take the defensive route, doesn't want to give the free go again. But oh, we see the Banish from Reprise, an OG warrior card back from almost Welcome to Wraith. And that's really good because Pericles will also get an extra card, even though he's a bit flooded in blues right now. That will give him go again to hopefully keep pushing some damage. Oh, there is an Spoils of War, not the best card to follow up here, but at least Pericles wants to cash in. Pericles wants to cash in the value he got from the extra attacks. So the combat chain closes, Spoils of War gets played, and another 2. So now the Saber is attacking for 4, meaning that it's not so much damage, but the copper will be actually annoying to deal with, because if this attack goes through, the coppers will go up to 4, meaning that a blood on your hands could be active. Oh, and another reaction. So Pericles managed to cash in this turn, quite nice. So the game starts moving towards a point where it will be really important whether Pericles will manage to play a blood on your hands turn, now that he has the 4 copper coins. And Dimitris Melisinos really wants to end the game before Kassai has the time to set up the second move. So Dimitris should be happy with the exchange. He has a life lead. Kassai is not one of those decks that can really end the game super fast. So Dimitris should be happy with the fact that he has a life lead and still has a lot of cards to play with. So Pericles now really needs to actually prevent a turn from Dimitris. He needs to actually block some of that annoying damage. So you see a simple of from Arsenal to block the Kiss of Death. Kiss of Death being one of the strongest cards of the Slippy deck, because of the dagger interaction are strong, and the second Kiss of Death, that's a lot of damage, but that's not achieving a lot of disruption. So Dimitris should be happy with the fact that he can flick the Kiss of Death, that's always nice. But here we see the strength of the warrior class. I mean, it's so easy for them to pack so many defense reactions, because Kassai can operate very, very well with a very few cards in hand. So Dimitris will just go for the value play, doing 2 Kiss of Deaths and flicking 1, only leading to damage, but that's not what Dimitris would have hoped for, because Kassai right now only took 2 damage, the life lead starts to becoming smaller and smaller, and Pericles has now all of these resources to work with. He has a gold token, he has a full field graveyard, he has a vigor, he has the 4 copper coins. So it really depends on how much pressure can the Kassai put to Slippy. So again, Pericles doesn't really care about keeping the gold. He wants to keep the pressure up. He wants
to bring the life total of Slippy down. He wants to start playing into an equal footing with Slippy. And the fact is that now that the game has progressed a bit, it's so easy for Kassai to trigger again and again her hero ability. So we see a blood on her hands. Okay, that's not what Dimitris Melxinos wanted to see here, because we've seen a gold, we've seen 4 coppers. That will be really annoying. So 4 modes chosen at least. I mean, the defensive game plan of Dimitris has paid off right now, because here if Pericles had these 2 extra copper tokens, that would mean that the full effect of blood on your hands would be devastating to Dimitris. But still, this is probably a very powerful turn from Pericles. And that's exactly what Pericles wanted to happen, to actually don't wait so much. This is not a fatigue matchup, this is not a grave matchup, this is a matter where only speed matters. And Pericles is really happy with the fact that he can actually go off here into a very strong turn with blood on her hands into a gold. Also getting the second yellow there to activate Kassai to prepare for next turn. So, and now the sword onslaught begins. So, we've seen blood on her hands modes being an extra attack with each of the weapons, and the natural go again, meaning that Pericles prefers to do an onslaught of attacks rather than increase their power, and that's very smart, because most of the times cards block for 3, even though it's an assassin and has a lot of attack actions. But Pericles wants to do this wide combat chain now. And another saber for 2. It's really important to note that the saber attacks for another 2 and go again. So not a lot of other cards have been played. Dimitris chose to go full the defensive route here. So Dimitris chose to go down the full defensive route. He probably didn't have a great hand, so not a lot of other cards being pushed here. So Dimitris should be really happy with this trade. I mean, that was the turn where Pericles needed to actually use to capitalize and catch up to his life total. But that's sometimes the problem with packing a lot of defense reaction, because in these peak turns, if you get flat with attacks, with defense reactions, sometimes it will be really annoying. So Dimitris simply passes here, and Pericles right now is in a desperate mode where he wants to push a lot of he wants to push a lot of damage now. He really needs to start narrowing down that life difference. So we can see the full view of Dimitris Melxinos' hand. So we see a bunch of attraction. We see talishar IP. We see not a very strong hand, and probably the strongest part of this is that now Pericles knows that there is no attack reaction in Dimitris Melxinos' hand. That could mean 2 things: that he only needs to play around the card in his arsenal, because if the card in Dimitris Melxinos' arsenal right now is not an attack reaction, Pericles has full information about what's going on in the Minister. And another draw swords. We've seen this card sign in Kassai. I mean, most of the time that card means that you get an extra card to keep pushing damage, and now your swords are for free. So effectively, most of the time pitching to this card means that it's the pitch you're planning to do on your turn. So Dimitris wants now to gain back control of this game. It's not something unlikely to happen because Kassai doesn't love getting 4-card hands, and getting 2 4-card hands back to back with flooding a bit with defense reactions could be potentially bad. So we see a double pitch to play a second draw swords. Okay. Apparently not a lot of gas in the hand of Pericles had Stefanidis, but these swords will at least translate to some damage. I mean, the most efficient way to use this card most of the time is to actually play one each turn, but Pericles needed to find the utility that draw swords give to this deck is insane. The only problem is right now that not a lot of damage are going towards the weight of Dimitris. I mean, currently he's faced with 6 from the first saber attack and another 2, so taking 8 damage and getting a 5-card hand from Dimitris' side should be fine. But the only problem is, we've seen Dimitris Milsino's hand. There are not a lot of threats being packed there. There is no attack reaction, so if the card in Arsenal is not an attack reaction card, Dimitris is not looking like he will have a great turn. But oh no, Pericles missed with the go again. He had no go again, and he had to actually intellect penalty himself and keeping an extra card. That's the worst thing that can happen to Kassai, and here is the point where we said at the beginning that bonds that he did on the first real turn of the game here actually could have mattered, because it actually reduced the amount of go again cards in Pericles' deck, and here we see Dimitris getting back a lot of value, getting back his getting back his value. We see that's what you got. A very strong card that will keep drawing cards to Pericles, that will prevent him from being marked. That's not such a big problem from Dimitris, mainly because he still has 2 daggers. The game is ending pretty soon right now, and he's using Tunic to attack the dagger again. That probably means that the card in his arsenal is something that really cares about marking, or he could also want to flip here in order to save up a new equipment slot. So yeah, Dimitris will actually flip with the first clave, dealing that extra 1 point of damage, marking and marking again with the second clave. So Pericles will go down to 18. And now that the combat chain closes, Pericles will actually get to draw a card. So that was a really good sequence from Pericles, knowing that Dimitris will at some point need to close the combat chain in order to play his non-attack to equip a Selissera. So it comes closer and closer to the point where the life total of Pericles starts to go below closer to the lethal range of Dimitris, because Jestenic is a card that's still in his deck. There is a lot of damage that will be surprisingly fast. So it will now all come down to the card in the arsenal, Dimitris Milsinos. Is the card in the arsenal an attack reaction, or is it simply a bluff from Dimitris to actually get more cards out of Pericles' hand? Because a lot of defense reactions from Pericles' side have already been used. We have seen Symbiotes, we have seen Fate for Sin, we have seen a lot of defense reactions, so it's easy to assume that there is no other defense reaction, but apparently no. The card in Arsenal is not. The card in Arsenal is not an attack reaction, unfortunately for Dimitris, but Pericles should be really happy with that, because simply taking 3 damage here, going down to 15 and doing a banish should be fine. Banishing a yellow that most of the time is way more relevant than banishing a red at this stage, because most of the time Kassai struggles to find the yellow copies rather than the red ones.
And healing the one, that's a good cheap damage. That's a good cheap damage from Dimitris. So it again comes down to, can Kassai actually punish Dimitris for giving her so many cards in hand? Because now Pericles has a very aggressive hand, and this time it looks like he won't miss. He does have the go again. Oh, a very strong card now that will use +3 to his next sword attack and go again, because the attack will actually be more than double and the slice and dice. So now we see the hand that Pericles really wanted to see a bit earlier, but it still isn't soon enough. I mean, a lot of damage are coming towards Dimitri's way, because now the second saber attack on board will be swinging for 5. So that will pump up the attack of the saber up to 7, and the Shelter, finally Dimitris freeing his arsenal from Shelter of the Storm. It's very important to note here that we haven't seen any copies of Codex from Dimitris Melisinos, which is a very important card in this match, mainly because the Frailty token means that Kassai will have a lot of less power in her next round, and a Blade Flurry pushing it up to 9, leading to damage. So damage will go through here. Let's see if Pericles wants to actually make a vigor. Making the gold is really important, and that's another 4 up to 7. That was a yellow slice and dice. So another 6 damage going through. That's a very strong card. So Dimitris again chose to go to the defense. That no, there is not a lot of. There wasn't a good turn with so many attacks, so he chose to block a lot here. And that means that Dimitris here wants to slow the game down. And it's time for the man in the hour. Is it time for Codex of Frailty? The best card to actually come back from the situation. The best one card play from Assassins, or will it simply be a defensive threat? And here it is, Codex of Frailty, exactly the card that Dimitris Melisinos was looking for to cast in the tempo. Blocking with 4 cards, playing a Codex, generating that ponder, threatening the arsenal, but that's a very smart deck building choice here from Pericles, that Pericles apparently is on the 0 attacks list. So Codex will not threaten a lot of things here, simply for the damage, but Dimitris still should be very happy with the damage. The -1 is very irrelevant, so leaving a witness, simply bloating for 4. Pericles simply wanted to cast in his boots, cast in his equipment, so not a lot of damage went through, but Dimitris had a very... That's one of the lower K or the most uses of Codex, but that was still generated so much value. It gave an extra card to Dimitris Melisinos, and most of the cards in the Slippy deck are backed with either aggression, very powerful cards, or attack reactions, so not a lot of misses from the Slippy side. And the Frailty will mean that it will be quite easy for him to not care about the damage output of his next turn. So here, Dimitris Melisinos is navigating this game to a stage where he wants to be the first one to threaten lethal. Oh, and we see a blue go again card. And we see a blue go again card that will not generate a lot of value, so not a lot of damage coming from the Kassai side, and that's the only problem sometimes, that it's not so easy to utilize the value sometimes from the full hand of Kassai. And now that's a very good spot for Dimitris Melisinos. He only takes a few points of damage and he will manage to get a big hand. But Dimitris is looking to block. That's not a great sign, because what Dimitris really wanted here would probably be to have a very strong hand, but probably the extra attack action doesn't accomplish a lot of things in his hand. So Frailty is gone, the boots are repaired, Pericles will get a vigor. So let's see what Dimitris Melisinos can cook with 4 cards in hand, because okay, he might not have an insane hand, but
Still, 4 cards from an assassin player are not so easy to deal with. And again, the bane of the aggressive deck, the bane of the decks that want to run a lot of red cards, Art of Desire Body. A card that we've seen flooding the assassin decks since Nu left the field and Cindra became such a dominant presence of the metagame. So let's see how Pericles chooses to navigate this. Yeah, blocking with blood on your hands is not so relevant. Oh, into commanding Conqueror, actually threatening Arsenal and punishing the fact that Pericles could be using a lot of defense reactions. So Dimitris is not pushing a lot of damage here, but will generate so much tempo because Pericles now needs to either block with 2 cards in his hand. Pericles needs to either block with 2 cards in his hand or gain so much value. So oh, but the secret means he will draw a card. He really wanted to draw a card in his turn, but at least he's not losing a card. So Pericles now has full information and can actually do a full value block of simply using the extra cards in his hand rather than caring about the disruption effect of Command and Conquer. But the only problem that Pericles should be mindful now is that his life total is starting to come towards lethal stages, and that's exactly the spot that Slip Through the Cracks wants to play in. He wants to be so hard. If the opponent starts to get to a life total where they need to respect even the first attack, it's really hard for the opponent to actually navigate this game. So again, it comes down to the spot where how powerful of a turn Dimitris Medicinos has. That's probably one of the strongest the strongest aspects of these mid-range games, where you really want to be the one making the decisions. And currently Dimitris is making all of the decisions most of the time. He chooses when he wants to go on the defensive, he chooses once he wants to go on the offense. And that's a very strong part. So blocking with an attack action, probably respecting the fact that Kassai probably has a go again, but Pericles is really happy with that. Pericles is really happy that he got the go again for free there. That could probably mean that he can either keep an extra card in his arsenal or he can push some more damage. But the most likely scenario is that Dimitris there making a very clean read that since Pericles played the slice and dice, there is no way that he doesn't have a go again, meaning that he preferred to get the full. He's actually taking a very defensive stance, a very defensive approach in this matchup. Again, remember that Dimitris loved to play a lot with Usuri, so he's really familiar with the more mid-range aspect of this deck. And again, a very fancy single from London, simply getting the full value, maintaining his life total high. And keeping the pressure up. So, okay, Kassai generated the gold, generated the vigor, and Dimitris right now is in a position where he wants to be the aggressor, and that's the perfect card to open with one go again. The bane of defensive decks. This is probably one of the hardest cards to read when Slippy opens his turn with that. I mean, what could be in his hand? Is it just a nick? Is it nothing? Is it a razor's edge? It's really hard to play around the fact that we see Pericles not having a defense reaction in his hand right now, meaning that it will be really hard for him to navigate here. So Dimitris is taking the really patient approach of waiting and waiting until at some point he had the cards lined up in a way where it will be really annoying for Pericles to block.
So Dimitris goes to flick his second and last clave right now. really caring about the mark. Into the deck up the mantle. Wow. And let's see what's the card he's looking for to get here. Currently Pericles is blocking for 4, so that most likely means that he wants a red card. Oh, another bunch of agony, and that's the first attack reaction. That means that a lot of cards are packed here and into boots. That's not generating a lot of things. That's the third reaction between flick knives. And now Pericles is threatened with a 7 power bunch of agony, and he doesn't have a defense reaction. And again Dimitris pushes damage with bonds. We've seen this card being so dominant in taking such an interesting card into the assassin archetype in general, and the fact that these types of deck, the assassin decks, have so many attack reactions attached to equipment slots means that Dimitris had a single attack played a single card of the attack reaction type this turn, but he was still able to activate the bonds because he had flick knives and his boots, and that's where we see the strength of all of that assassin equipment. And into a codex. That's a very strong turn from Dimitris, and that's exactly what you want to do that. So Dimitris starts to get firm control of this game. Pericles has a single card in hand, Dimitris has a life lead, he gets an extra card, and now Dimitris is starting to smell in blood. The only bad thing here is that Dimitris no longer has access to clave right now, so unless he finds a way to equip a clave from his graveyard or equip a new clave from his sideboard if he has an extra one, means that not a lot of marking will go through now. So Pericles chooses to actually push with the hero power, even though he will most likely doesn't have a lot of things going on in this turn. And simply a 1 power sword, which will be really annoying for Pericles to deal. Oh, and we see that he actually kept the Blade Runner here to actually push some damage and repair his boots, but that's a great spot for Dimitris. His life total is super healthy, and Kassai is looking to only work with 9 more hit points, which will be really annoying. And again, a very fancy EK symbol being used. This is a very good position for Dimitris right now. He wants to end the game, and the third bonus. Pericles will start having a nightmare about this card, but again, this is probably the hardest card to read when Slippy opens with. So the only difference here is that there are not a lot of attack reactions in equipment, so Dimitris needs to either have attack reactions or not, but that was a complete bait. Dimitris does not have the attack reactions required to actually activate bombs, but he's really happy with the fact that Pericles chose to lose a card from his hand. Into a Codex of Bloodrot. Codex of Bloodrot being a card that we've seen being used a lot in the Slippy deck, mainly because it doesn't only gets a lot of value, but sometimes it's strong that it will force the opponent to get a card in arsenal, most of the time meaning that it will remove an extra card from his hand or activate the arsenal disruption. But the game is starting to go very close to time. These players need to speed up if they don't want this game to go
time. So we see a very fast pace Dimitris here. Dimitris struggles to find the hands required to actually end the game. Pericles with a normal sequence, activate Kassai, get a gold, discount the swords, and he really needs to start pushing damage. So again, +3, a saber attacking for 5, means that so Dimitris really wants now to keep a big hand to actually try and end the game. But does he has the hand, or will they be this game again, a game that goes to time? Sometimes this mid-range with a lot of blocking and attacking, sometimes games get way more time than players actually have access to. So let's see. Pericles making a Vigor, wanting pressure up, and another saber attack for 2, keeping a card in arsenal. So Dimitris will take 2. And we see an effect, so that's a very strong card because it could potentially be the damage that Dimitris wants to push, the final points of damage that Dimitris wants to push through. So blowing the Blade Runner into another Codex of Bloodroot, giving a new Codex, into a Command and Conquer from Dimitris. So a lot of damage getting pushed towards. It's really annoying to deal with these Bloodroots, and that's probably one of the strengths of the Codex of Bloodroot, that it forces the opponent to have a card in arsenal and also will push damage. So Pericles is in a really rough spot here. It will be almost impossible for him to keep a card, and now the Bloodroot actually is lethal, but Pericles chose to keep a hand to actually try and push the damage. So he is most likely looking to either pay for the Bloodroot token or try to end the game on the spot. I don't think that it's easy to end the game on the spot with this much life difference though. Super Dimitris is really smelling blood now, so we see a 5 attack saber going on, and Dimitris has the great hand here. If Dimitris has a great hand here, he's in just in the spot he needs to be in order to close this game. And now, even the small sword attack will actually be annoying. And that's all you got, giving a -3, getting the block down to 0. And that's game. And the next attack with flick knives would actually end the game, and we have Dimitris Melisinos winning the game and actually moving towards the 2-0.
So that was round two, and there is one more round of classic constructed before we start moving towards the draft round. So we'll be back after a very short break. So see you in a few minutes for the next round. And we are back for round number 3. So here, now I have a treat for you. I have a very seasoned ninja player in the community, Nikos Mamonas, that has actually brought Katsu in this metagame. So it will be a really exciting match. It will be the last round of the Classic Constructed before we get to drafting. This is a very important time for most players because actually getting the 3-0 will give you a very solid chance into managing the top 8 because you will be in a very high pod in draft, and 2-1 and a few more constructed wins could actually lock you for top 8 quite early. So this is a very high stakes game for most of the players now, and I'm really excited to witness with you how will Katsu do versus another Arachne. So moving on to the game. So Nikos Mamonas is a very seasoned ninja player, has been playing ninja for almost the entirety of his gameplay with Fab. He's a member from Fat and Furious, a very strong team from the Greek scene. Versus Stergiou Konstantinos, who actually does very, very well. Konstantinos has been one of the newer players in the community. He has been playing for a year and a half now. He has been mainly an assassin player, has been testing with Arachne ever since he first came out and hunted. And I'm really excited to see him being at the 2-0 spot and considering even locking for the top 8 quite early on. So Katsu was a hot discussion with a lot of players, a lot of the ninja players. So, and I think Katsu brings to the table are two things compared to Cindra. The first one is that Katsu is a deck that most players will not, especially newer players, will not have much experience playing into, so it will be way easier to sleep to the blocks, it will be way easier to not speculate well enough what the rest of the turn is going to look like with the information presented. So I'm really excited to see how Nikos will navigate this match. And again, we've seen another Slippy being at a 2-0. We have a lot of assassin players. We will get to the meta breakdown after this round, but having a quick sneak peek, the most represented hero currently is Cindra with 8 copies. The second most represented hero is Gravy Bones. The third most represented hero is Dash IO with 5. And then we have for victors, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, Arachne Marionette, and KO. So I'm really excited to see how the assassins navigate this metagame, because I feel like it's a very strong metagame for assassins, and assassin player will always be happy to be facing an aggressive deck like a ninja. The only problem is, and that's why I feel like this game is so interesting, is that what's the difference that Katsu can actually bring to the table? What exactly will the Katsu deck look like in this matchup? These are questions that even the most seasoned players are not so sure to answer. So it's interesting to see how big of a difference it makes for that. So we see Stergiou Konstantinos having the first turn of the game, and that probably means he lost the die roll. He opens quite aggressively with 3-go again. Right now simply wants to annoy the Nikos hand. So Dishonored, it's a great card to see, and Nikos should be happy to getting a few copies of cards in his graveyard now that Bones are back online. And having a card in graveyard means that Katsu probably also was one of the biggest winners with Nu leaving the metagame, because in pretty much the same spot here, the card blocking the stealth in round 0 would mean that the card would end up in the banish zone, and in the banish zone it's not accessible with bonds. So
It's really interesting to see why Nikos chose to bring Katsu compared to Cindra, and it's really interesting in general to see how the Katsu will actually navigate this game. Konstantinos should be happy with leaking a few points of damage on turn 0. It's not a lot of other things to be expected. And we see a double block from Nikos, taking the solid choice, keeping the defense reaction. But now the question is, will Nikos have the openers required to do that? Nikos went down a very safe route, and now he's not in a very good spot on turn 2, the first real turn of the game, because right now he's not he's not looking to have a great hand here, and pitching a red to attack with a descendant, that though that still means that Stereo Konstantinos will need to actually threaten to actually be threatened by that. At least this line will most likely force the will force some interaction with Nikos, because descending cast wave means that any zero cost card could now transform into a bonds, and any card transforming into a bonds means that a lot of damage will get pushed through for pretty much nothing. So, and Nikos is very happy with that no block here, discarding a gust wave, bringing most likely bonds that will fetch an extra attack, and that's probably the strength of Katsu, that he can pull off a very big turn now that Bonds is still alive out of nothing. So crisis averted from Nick Mamona's side of things, because now he still performed a decent amount damage turn, even though he was a bit flooded with red cards. So we see another 4 go again with bonds and fetching. Let's see if he wants to go with a go again, if he wants to keep the chaining open to keep the pressure up, or if he wants to simply get a value. But it looks like he simply wants to clean his deck out of that. It's also a very interesting thing with the Katsu side, that you constantly keep cleaning your deck out of the cards, so it's way easier to get these hands packed with aggressive cards, to get these hands packed with natural go again cards. So transforming a turn that looked like a 6 damage turn into a 10 damage turn is really happy. I mean, Mamonas dealing 10 damage on the first turn of the game while keeping a card in arsenal should be really happy with. And if I'm not mistaken, Nikos kept defense reaction in his arsenal, so he will be quite protected here. Instead, he using a single low to filter his hand a bit, to find a few better threats. Now it looks like, again, the pain of the aggressive decks, Arts of Desire bot, is not probably such a huge problem to Katsu as it is to other aggressive decks, and probably that's another reason why he feels very strong about this card. Blocking 2 with equipment and the flick flag into a red thread. Stereo Konstantinos actually patting the red thread to push this attack through. So the Katsu deck is still filled with a lot of red cards, but it's not that absolute heat like versus Azalea or versus even Cindra, where you know that like more than 75, 80, 90% of their deck is filled with red cards. Katsu has a lot of red cards, but it's not super filled. So that we see a red 100 wins being balanced, meaning that Konstantinos will actually get the value. No, he actually missed. That was a yellow 100 wins. So that's exactly what we were talking about. The yellow 100 wins and all these cards make it really easy for Art of Desires to miss. So Konstantinos will simply play Codex. It's not that it doesn't have the perfect target, being Leave No Witness here, but still it will most likely threaten a card out of Nico's hand, and he will need to. He already used a defense reaction, so he could potentially not have a lot of cards that block for 3 to block this card, because the Hunter's Clave are still up, and this is an aggressive matchup. Konstantinos is not looking to keep the Hunter's Claves for the whole game. So Nikos brings 100 wins, and that's a very interesting part about Katsu in general, that you need to constantly have a grasp of what's in your graveyard, what's left in your deck, how to put the pressure up. So he discards a 2-block card. Probably he's not looking to pitch, but he will respect the attack, blocking for 3 with a yellow gust wave. So Stereo with Codex actually managed to generate quite a decent amount of tempo here. So, and the fact that Frailty will start now paying its value. I mean, 100 wins coming for 2 means it's not so much that it's easier to block. It's not like he's threatened by Mask of Momentum this match. It's more like that the damage output will just not be there. Katsu though really doesn't care so much about these interactions, because he's most of the time looking to play cards from his hand or from his bunny zone, so he doesn't really care here. Keeping a lot of the wind in his hand, Nikos has access to a 0 cost to potentially discard, and that's a very strong part of Katsu again here, that here if this attack goes through, he can claim his hand. If no, he could potentially do a bit more damage. So Stereo just really doesn't seem to mind the attack going through. Stereo really wants his game plan to work. He feels like that if his game plan works, he doesn't really care about what the Katsu player is doing, but at some point the damage will start to ramp up. So apparently Mamonas is not using the Katsu trigger and chooses to probably go for the more defensive line. The Kodachis being negated by Frailty mean that it will be a bit annoying for that it will reset the chain link from the Katsu side for Mask of Momentum, if that's what he was going for. Here also Mamonas represents a Command and Conquer that could potentially be in his deck. Commander probably feels like that the Lord of Wind will be useful later on, and he doesn't want to simply discard it to have access to maybe a longer game, simply wanting to set up here. Konstantinos though is in a very solid point here. He kept a big card hand, he didn't really care about the extra damage, and opens with a blue double trouble. Blue double trouble could mean a lot of troubles, meaning that now Justinic is active, and it's a very strong target to use take up the mantle on, because Justinic is also target. So again, that's the strength of Slippy. I feel like we will be talking about this the whole weekend, but there are so many different paths where this turn could begin from. And here we see a Justinic, just the card that's there you wanted, and the Razor's Edge, pumping that attack out to a quadrillion damage. So we have going up to 11. I mean, we see a lot of damage coming here towards Mamana's side. So, will Konstantinos manage to follow this up with take up the mantle, or is it simply damage? Apparently, it's simply damage, but Konstantinos should be really happy with this. I mean, Katsu wants to do his big thing before it. Katsu wants to do his big turn, so Konstantinos here actually starting to reduce the life total so fast from Nikos means that the game, Stereo wants the game to be pretty over, and it's quite interesting to see the different approach of Slippy in general. I mean, we've seen in the last game that the Melisinos with Slippy played that really slow game, that really methodical game of blocking and trading and trying to cash in the value in his hand every turn, where now the game versus Katsu, it almost feels like we are witnessing an aggressive mirror match. And here we see a flick from Konstantinos to actually mark him. And they take up the mantle to keep actually disrupting. That's a huge turn from Konstantinos. He doesn't care about the card advantage, he doesn't care about the life. All he cares about is dealing damage and removing cards from the hand of Nikos. The mark gets consumed, and now Nikos will have a card removed from his hand, where it felt like he really wanted to do this huge turn. He actually lost a lot of damage in the last round to actually set up this big hand, and Konstantinos actually correctly identified that Nikos is looking to play with a big hand, and he does all he can to actually not allow him to do that. And I mean, we are only a few turns in the game, and the life totals are already starting to be below the 20 mark. So Stereo, if he chooses again to do a no block turn and do a huge turn, that could be really rough for Nikos. So we see a 4 go again, a Whelming, one of the very strong combo cards from Katsu. Being 4 means it's a break point where Stereo most of the time Stereo still has access to his equipment to be able to block, and he probably wants at some point to do that, but again, if he has a very aggressive hand, he doesn't want to do that. But we see a settler from the storm cleanly blocking the kick. So let's see if Nikos has anything to follow this up to. Konstantinos so far has been quite fine with allowing the first attacks to go through, but that's the strength of packing a lot of defense reactions in your hand, where if you're running at least a few defense reactions in your deck, where you can simply block well when the time needs, and it's really hard for the opponent to navigate to the knowledge that you do run defense reaction. So we see two good dances, Nikos actually cashing in the value of his daggers and into a retrace the past for two. So that was not a very big turn from Nikos. I mean, probably the card he lost really crippled his turn and made him not want to go off and do this annoying part. So at least that was a good turn from Nikos in the sense that he asked for at least a card, he asked for a bit of equipment, and he wants to take his time. Probably that's the only problem with Katsu currently, that sometimes you need to set up, you need to have this big hand, and it's not easy to be disrupted. But Nikos is desperately trying to find a big hand. Oh, and he has the bonds, he has the surging, but a command and conquer comes towards Nikos' way. That's the clean, almost welcome to Wraith card that has found its place in so many decks throughout the whole game, and Nikos wants to go off. He doesn't want to wait, he doesn't want to play the trade value game versus an assassin that has codexes and stuff. He sees the surging, he sees the bonds, and he wants to go off. Here we see pop the chest, -2 to the next attack action, and we see a red surging coming for 5 for free while still having 3 cards in hand. That could mean so many things. So it's actually a very interesting decision point from Sergio Konstantinos right now, where will he respect the big turn from Katsu, or will he slow down his gameplay? Because so far Konstantinos has been really aggressive with putting the pressure up to Katsu. So will he still decide to do that, or will he respect the fact that Nikos took a lot of damage to perform this turn and he committed a lot of resources? So is this a good turn to start going more on the defensive side? And it looks like it is. I mean, blocking the surging strike can be really tricky sometimes, because fetching a free whelming will be so annoying sometimes. So Nikos here, considering his follow-up, when he has a snag into a snatch, he was most likely wanted to discard this card into his big hand, and here we see the actual disruption of Konstantinos to actually go through. I mean, if you have that extra card in his arsenal, you could potentially threaten something better. Konstantinos smartly resetting the Mask of Momentum. And now that's the last card. That's a value turn again from me. But Nikos cannot keep doing that, because he asked for a lot of cards, but it looks like Nikos will go for another setup turn. So if Konstantinos here has a card that disrupts even slightly the play pattern of Katsu, Nikos will be in a very hard spot, because right now the life difference looks huge. Katsu is one of those decks that could totally come back from this spot. It's not unlikely, but here we see a very suspicious dagger. Tunic is up, there is a card in arsenal that has been there for some time, and if that's another codex into a CNC, Nikos will be in a very rough situation. Nikos wanting to actually perform his big hand actually takes the hit, and is that all it is? Oh, and we see another codex of frailty. The Slippy not stopping for any moment now. There are no breaks on this train. There are no breaks on this aggressive play pattern of Slippy. He pushes damage, he pushes into just a little bit of disruption to actually mess around with Nick's hand. So Nick again has an option. Will he respect the command and conquer, or will he attempt to play his hand at 6 points of life, losing a bonds? You should feel very confident right now about his state. So all he needs to happen is to not allow the Council to have a big turn. So Nikos aggressively tries to play into his big hands. So let's see what Katsu can do to actually return from this position. So, Be Like Water, a very interesting card. One of the very strong openers Katsu got back in Outsiders. The fact that you can name everything most of the time means you prefer surging, but... And finally, we see the card. Finally, Ancestral Empowerment. Probably this card shines at Katsu the most. One damage goes through, it's really annoying for the opponent to deal with, and that means now everything is active. Katsu is active, and Be Like Water can be activated as well. But the problem now is that Nikos doesn't have all the resources he wanted to. He doesn't have that extra bonds in his arsenal to actually perform his huge turn. He actually skipped the catch activation to transform this into a surging strike, into a red whelming now, so he threatens to draw another card. So Konstantinos here needs to either respect that, or Nikos will actually start drawing the extra cards he needs to get the resources to actually threaten the life total of Konstantinos. And it looks like Konstantinos will not try, and the arms are still up, so it's not a clean block of 5. He can simply block for 4. Oh, and he got another Surging Strike. Not the best card, but bring this up with a Command and Conquer after Konstantinos pretty much declared that he's not intending to block this turn is really bad news for Konstantinos. That was exactly what Nikos was planning to do. Not the most efficient turn, unfortunately, because the resources he lost meant that he lost a lot of damage from this turn. And not having a blue there to actually keep an extra card could bite Nick. But this disruption here could mean that this could mean here that Konstantinos might not have a great turn to follow that up, and if he blocks, 6 damage are not so easy to come through of a 2-card hand, so Nikos here should be happy with either blocking or not blocking. If I'm being honest, I think what Nikos would most likely prefer to see would be for Konstantinos to block again and pretty much concede the turn back to Katsu. So, if Konstantinos here blocks, that could probably mean that he doesn't have a great turn. The problem with Konstantinos not blocking there and taking the 6 damage could potentially mean that he will threaten a lot of damage, and the damage stacked up. Oh, Konstantinos actually takes the Command and Conquer, losing a bond. Okay, and he gets an extra card and puts it into Arsenal, so that was a very good sequence from Nikos. The only problem was that now he's looking at 3-card hand into Slippy and opens, oh no, the card you don't want to see when you are at such a low life total. Blocking 3 with the tenacity from Nikos. Let's see if there is any reaction to use this. A Tarantula Toxin here could devastate him, but Nikos is at a spot where he needs to start taking risks. He cannot simply let this go through, so we see another 3 go again. So Konstantinos simply wants to keep the pressure up. He wants Nikos to feel bad for actually going so low. So Nikos here could potentially let this go through and go down to 1 by taking 3 and another 2 from the flip. And okay, so we see the very aggressive line from Nikos Mamonas. You will go down to 1. That means in the next turn, any attack will threaten lethal out of Lick Knives, but Nikos is smelling blood. Nikos is here to do his Katsu thing.
He's not even choosing to use the mask of momentum. He wants now to put Stereo Konstantinos into a position where he won't be able to keep even a single card, because right now even a single card could threaten lethal unless Mamonas happens to draw a shelter. But right now this is finally at 1 HP. Nikos is finally in the position he wants to be. He has a full card hand, he has an arsenal, and there's no frailty on the board, and he wants to perform what his deck wants to perform. So we see a bit of the Breaktide being a great addition to the Katsu deck, because it's one of the strongest payoffs you can get from one of the strongest payoffs you can get from actually naming any card. So we see Kotatsi into a descending cast with another 3 again. So Sterhios, all he needs to do is actually fully block here. Fully blocked, get into a position where Mask of Momentum is no longer active, when we see an Ancestral Empowerment that will mean that with the +1 damage from the arms, it will actually push through the damage required to actually trigger Katsu. But did Nikos get a 0 cost to fetch his last copy of Bonds? Giving the +1, getting the attack up to 5. So, Konstantinos here should feel confident that maybe with 2 cards, Nikos is not able to threaten actually lethal and get even the last card of his hand. But Konstantinos has an extra defense reaction, so that probably really stumbles the Nikos plans, and he kept the card into another 4 damage. Probably that's not enough to threaten, and we see another defense reaction with no sinking. Oh no, and now it's now never. There's a single card in Konstantinos' hand. Nikos is at 1 HP, meaning that any flick attack now will threaten lethal. And here it is, Sergio Konstantinos actually making the 3-0 and celebrating. A very, very exciting game. And here we see another Arachne slip through the cracks to actually go through, and we see another Arachne going through so well and performing this great. I mean, Arachnes have been dominating so far. I mean, after this round draft will start, so we'll have the time to set up the standings and set up the hero distribution before the draft starts. But we see a lot of Arachne players right now being in these solid positions of 3-0, 2-1 and above. So there will be a lot of assassin contenders in this meta game to the top tables for the rest of the day. So we're moving on to the high seas draft. We have a lot to talk about in the high seas draft. Probably one of the most exciting drafts the LSS has brought us. What a treat! The treasure island, everything is amazing. So we'll be back very soon with the first round of draft. So stay tuned and be right back. And we are back. Here, this is the meta breakdown for the Greek Nationals 2025. So, as expected, we see a lot of Cindras, we see a lot of Gravy. Dash IO being the next most represented hero is quite an interesting choice. I feel like a lot of experienced aggressive players went with that hero mainly because it felt that they had a better chance in the matchup while still gaining the advantages of playing a very aggressive strategy into Gravy. And it feels like an interesting hero because it had different approach to the rest of the field. So something I was definitely not expecting. We see 4 victors, like the traditional defensive heroes, the players of the Greek scene, bringing that deck to counter all these aggressive strategies, and then the assassin menace we have already witnessed in stream so far, like four slip through the cracks and 4 Arachne marionettes. So assassin Arachne as a whole is probably the most represented in Cindra, so that always feels like it's the case in the latest meta games. And 4 copies of Kaio, 3 copies of Vynnset, 3 copies of Kassai, 3 copies of Azalea, 3 more Yarns. So Guardians as a total are also a decent chunk of the meta game. And then we have decks that a bit fallen from favor over the past few weeks, like Kano, Prism, Awakener of Soul, Verdance struggling really with Cindra and Gravy, and then we have 2 players that brought Ira a few hours before the Ira Armory deck is legal, so that's really exciting. We have, I think Anastasios Papagiannis is the single Bravo player that's currently playing. We have 1 Osilio, 1 Katsu that we've already seen on stream, Nikos Mamonas, and we have 1 Levia and 1 Reiner. So a very interesting meta game to witness. And here currently we are during the deck registration of the drafting process, so really soon we will have our first round of draft. It will be round 4. So I want to take this time to talk a bit about the high seas draft. I think if you haven't played high seas yet, I mean, it's a treat. It's one of the most amazing drafts that LSS has given us. It was a treat that was the draft we had to use for the national season. And the Treasure Island gives a complete new depth. I mean, there are also the article from Nielsen was very informing. I think most players, especially players that do not have much experience with drafting, went with that and used that, and it will be really interesting to see which heroes are mostly drafted. So we've seen the red aggressive decks, we've seen a lot of players trying to go for the more defensive or slower, blue heavy based decks with all these high seas cards. And it's such an interesting metagame. The Treasure Island really gives a very unique aspect to the whole concept of trading in High Seas Limited, and I think that's something that I'm really excited that LSS actually tinkered with that, because it could show us the potential it has towards later sets. I mean, having an extra mechanical effect could be, the way to actually combat a lot of, some things that are really hard for LSS to craft in a limited field. So I'm really excited to see what's coming next for draft purposes, and I'm really excited obviously to see what type of strategies the players have. We will be showing some games in the first table in the next few rounds, so I'm really excited to see. I mean, we've seen Gravy with almost no ally deck. We've seen Marlin with minimal blue deck cards. We've seen, Puffins with these really explosive turns and, all that gold generating. And so I'm really excited to see. So we'll be right back. The deck registration ends in a few minutes, so in about 5 minutes we will be back for round 4 and the first round of draft, so stay tuned. And we are back finally. So the drafts, drafting process is done. The deck building process is done. So the players have a small break, a 2-minute break before we head into the first round of draft. So it was an interesting draft. The first pod has a lot of Marlins. So we first witness a mirror of two Marlin players. It's really interesting to see how this will look like. I think it's an eternal question in this format with Marlin, which weapon you prefer to use and what card do you actually need to make the mantra work, and how many blues you need to actually make the harpoon weapon work. So I think we are about to see some very exciting matches. I think the thing I like most about the Hysis draft is that it feels like there are many archetypes in most heroes, so there are many things you can actually navigate, there are many things you can actually do with every different hero, so I'm really excited to see how the players are going to approach this. And we will be back very shortly with the round is up in a very few minutes. Stay tuned. We will be right back. And we are back. We are back for the first round of draft, fourth round of the event, and we are here to see two very premium players, Gregory Patelis and Stefania Patsu. Um, Gregory has been one very old player, traveled to Worlds, to New Jersey, has been playing a lot of Prism, very good player. Today he's playing with Gravy, but here we draft we'll see a Marlin mirror, so that will be quite interesting to see. Stefania is one of the second wave of the players from the Flesh and Blood, from the Greek Flesh and Blood community that now has started to become more seasoned players. Here, he's a mech player and an aggressive player in general. Here, Cindra has managed to give her a very promising 3-0. So now both of these players are really here to try and secure their day 2 attendance. A few they can feel the wins, they can feel approaching more and more to the winning in, and these are both very good players, both experienced in draft. So here we will see a Marlin mirror. It will really depend on what type of archetype they both chose to go. In their pod, though, there has been too many Marlins. I think there is a pod with 5 Marlins, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm really excited to see how their decks are going to look like, how much will that impact the gameplay, because I think in high seas, it's one of those formats we've seen where it can really support multiple copies of the same hero, mainly because there are a bunch of different archetypes and a bunch of different cards you can try and go to with each hero. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to work. So the die roll, I think, is not as important in. It's not as important in this draft format as it is in. As it is into other draft formats, like for Hunted, for instance. Sometimes it felt like the title was a huge part of your chance of winning or losing. But here in High Seas, I feel like there are many things that could work either way. Fatigue is a thing that actually exists. It's quite likely that sometimes games could go to fatigue. I mean, sometimes the weird numbers could add up, so losing the extra card around 0 could be annoying. And in here, in the first round, we see the problem with the overdrafting of Marlin. There is a cracked bubble in Stefania's deck, so we'll see if there is any way for her currently to remove that from hand. So we see a clean pass from Stefania. Doesn't want to attack, doesn't want to pressure with any card, doesn't want to give the free gold on the Treasure Island. And here Gregory has a super clean turn. Bark, one of the very strong cards in High Seas draft. I mean, multiple copies in pretty much every single color could increase the value and the general impact of your deck quite a lot. It packs a lot of damage, it's strong into fatigue, it's a lot of times in weird number. I mean, 8 is not so cleanly blocked with 2 cards and equipment, because what we've seen a lot in this draft format is seeing offensive 2 cards and defensive 2 cards, and most of the time 2 cards with an equipment are able to cleanly block the 7 power cards. So okay, it looks like we will not have a slow game. Stefania feels like she wants to be the aggressor. She doesn't want to stay back and hold. She feels like that she needs to play this aggressive game plan if she has a chance of winning. And probably one of those reasons is that cracked bubble in her deck probably mean that she wants to get rid of the aggressor, she wants to get that gold, to get rid of that cracked bubble. So, and she wants the game not to drag out too much. So
the miss in her deck will not be as annoying. Oh, and we see a Scar for a Scar coming for a billion here. Red Nimblism into yellow Nimblism into the arms. I think here in this draft set, I really love the whole Nimblism package because it's really interesting to have these mini archetypes that could work in pretty much every hero, packing that extra damage. So we see a huge Scar for a Scar going to the way of Gregory. Stefania here really wants to get this gold, and I think she will accomplish that. I mean, it's really hard to block that well, even though most of the time the harpoon build with Marlin really loves having all these 3 blocks and getting the value block, but Gregory should be really happy with having access to denying that extra gold because he has a decent life lead now. So some damage go through. Stefania gets her gold. And now that she has the gold, she has the option of removing that bubble from her hand to keep pushing some more damage. The gold is off, and she wants to keep the pressure up. So it makes a lot of sense for Stefania to want to be the aggressor in this matchup, especially because she needs to catch up again to the life loss she had in the first round, and another 4 go again, and that's the thing I love the most about this type of red line archetype from Marlin, that she has so many powerful arrows that if you get the free reload, it's so easy to use them for a lot of value. And we see that's the end of her turn, and she puts a card in arsenal. So I think Gregory right now is leading this game, but Stefania had an impressive turn. She cast in a lot of things, but still she should be fine with the position she's in. Oh, and we see another attack from Marlin. That's something that's very common, if I'm being honest, in this archetype. I mean, this type of Marlin deck really loves playing these 3/4/7s and 3/4/7, and Gregory actually generates a harpoon that will help him keep the pressure up. So Gregory is fine. Gregory wants the game to go now down to numbers because he had that huge lead. Oh, and we see a rusty harpoon from Stefania into Arsenal, and then popping the head instantly to cash in the values he wants to get from blocking. That's a very interesting line. I think this card in general is very strong for that reason. So we see a block 5. And some gold being generated, getting one from Treasure Island. And now Gregory really likes his position. He has a gold to pop next turn for either in order to pitch to gold tokens and draw a card and then use Harpoon. And we see, so Gregory really wants to take this game slow and step back to numbers, but Stefania is not having any of that. She opens with Charter Course Red, a very aggressive card. And I love these micro decisions that this draft has. So we see another 0/4 arrow and a casual 3 cards 10. I mean, it almost feels like this is a constructed deck. I mean, that's the thing I really love about this red type archetype from Marlin, that all of your cards pack so much damage. The only problem is with that approach that when you need to block, your deck most of the time struggles a bit. So let's see if Gregory has the cards to actually efficiently defend here and shoot back, or will the overdrafting of Marlin in table 1 actually bite him as well. We see Stefania still having access to the Nimblism boots, so she could potentially set up another very big turn with another Nimblism. And here, Gregory probably doesn't mind a lot that his hero is tapped
because he most likely wasn't planning of using her ability to make a harpoon. The only question is, does he have an efficient block here in order to activate the harpoon, get his gold, and keep the flow of the harpoon Marlin going? So, and again, that's the thing I love about the High Seas draft, that we see now two identical heroes in a draft pod with overdrafted Marlin that have a completely different approach of how they want to navigate this game of High Seas Limited. And it's really interesting to see if, even with the disadvantage that Stefania was at the first few rounds, that going second, not having a great turn into getting hit for a lot, will it punish her or not? So Gregory chooses to simply block with a card, getting that bit of extra info with on the horizon, and Stefania actually getting a lot of gold. That can be relevant quite fast. It's not as relevant for Stefania to have access to the golden harpoons because of it's not so easy for her to push a lot of damage. It's simply 2 points of damage, which is not great, but in fatigue type of situations it could be really strong if it's relevant or not. So we see a casual blue pitch from Gregory. Unfortunately, he cannot reload because he already has a card in arsenal, but he probably is planning to play the small harpoon from his arsenal. So we see another +3 on the arrows, and we are shooting a huge harpoon here, another buff. That means it's 9 overpowered. So another strong aspect of this deck is that another very strong aspect of this deck is that it's so easy for it to close games, which is actually quite relevant. So Gregory most of the time is not super afraid of games going long because the overpowers sometimes can get played around with the block cards and the rally the coast cards, etc. But that will not be the most common thing. But Stefania simply doesn't care about the overpower right now because she's looking at 2 block cards in her hand that can easily easily mitigate the damage that Gregory is threatening here. So I think that's a sequence where Stefania should be happy about. She effectively blocked 8. So that's a very good trade for Stefania here. So it feels like she actually starts coming back to this game. I mean, blocking for 5, excuse me, taking 4 damage, healing 3, so effectively only taking 1. Gregory though is still happy with his outcome. He got his gold, he pushed some damage, and even though Stefania right now is ahead in life, with 2 cards it's not so easy to perform a huge turn. So Stefania will no longer have any tricks to show, and that will be a bit annoying for her. So I can see she has another Nimblis. The question is, does she have a third Nimblis? Oh, she actually chooses to go for the pizza goal to draw a card, because in that very aggressive red heavy deck, it's something that you really don't mind. And she draws a Seekem Shot. That's a very nice sequence, a red Seekem Shot. Now, wow, and she actually manages to transform that value she had from 2 very weak cards, a blue Nimblis and a strike for gold. I mean, transforming into 8 points of damage. 7 points of damage is a yellow Seekem Shot, but still being able to threaten 7 damage with 2 cards is enough to keep her. I mean, that line was more than fine. She still dealt the annoying 7 points of damage that will probably ask cards from the Gregory's hand, and the Gregory does not have the luxury of taking a hit to play a big turn. But the thing is that most likely Gregory likes blocking because with this type of Marlin deck you prefer most of the time to use a few of your cards in order to block, and a strike with gold. Let's see if Gregory actually respects the hit effect. Gregory here has the option of completely negating the gold, and that's what he chooses to do. So he actually blocks for 4, completely negating the extra gold activation and denying Stefania of having the option again of pitching a gold to get some value.
So here Gregory, again, it comes to the same scenario, whether it will be, whether he will have a good turn to threaten Stefania's life or not. So Gregory gets a harpoon, so that most likely means that he has a way to, and we see a red bark. That's exactly what Gregory was looking for here. I mean, a huge attack that packs a lot of damage and setting up another harpoon. And now Stefania is in that really weird situation where if she chooses to block, there is no way she can contest getting gold in the next round. And Stefania, unfortunately, is in a position where she has another Fiddler's Green in her hand, and even though the Fiddler's Green gives enough value to be considered blocking, in a situation like this where you potentially want to deny the extra gold from Gregory, her defense value is not high enough for it to matter. But Stefania still has access to her Nimblism boots. She simply wants, okay, we see a small block, a yellow Fiddler's Green, unfortunately. So Stefania blocks for 4 and is about to take 5. Gregory will generate 2 gold now. And Gregory knows he's locked now for the later stages of the game. Gregory knows that if this game drags out, he will have the resources to end the game because Stefania is down to 7 and Stefania is down to 7, so Gregory just needs a few more harpoons to go through. So Stefania unfortunately finds a second cracked bubble. That's really rough when a hero feels like it's being overdrafted. And it looks like Stefania goes for the golden fin harpoon here. So Stefania really wants to start putting some pressure up. But unfortunately that card does not have go again, and that was a problem that she's faced. It's really hard for her to get rid of that. It's really hard for her to get rid of crack bubble. Probably the reason she chose to sequence her turn this way was that she wanted to have the information whether she should draw the extra card. So probably it feels like that the card on top of your deck unfortunately is a card that most likely cannot be Arsenal. So Gregory here has the very clean line of preventing another breakpoint and keep negating the Stefania the option of having gold. And you know, Gregory probably doesn't know that, but Stefania is somewhat locked into having a cracked bubble in her hand. It's really hard to get rid of that card as a deck that most of the time doesn't require any cards to be pitched. So Gregory here was managed to keep an extra card in his hand, but he has a harpoon in arsenal, so it's not that easy to actually utilize all of the cards in his hand. So Stefania actually probably capitalized on that the most likely scenario is that even if she intellect penalties herself in the next turn, it will be fine because most of the time Marlin, especially the harpoon build, doesn't love having this extra card, so he will be forced to arsenal a card maybe he doesn't love. So here we see a 6 overpowered harpoon, and even though that's not the most exciting, the overpowered here starts being annoying. But another block. That was probably a card that Stefania saw on top of her deck, so she doesn't care about the overpower. So Stefania navigates this game greatly, even though her deck is not supporting her as much as she wanted to. It's a really good navigation because here she can actually mitigate the damage from the harpoon, but does she have the turn to threaten back damage to Gregory Patelis? Because again, she most likely arsenaled a harpoon, and the problem that Gregory faced with having a harpoon in arsenal is also the same with Stefania now. Does she have a hand that could help her remove the harpoon from her arsenal without disrupting her sequence too much? So let's say Gregory arsenal the card, most likely an arrow for next turn, or another big attack that he wanted to save, and Stefania goes for the really grindy game. So Stefania is looking to really capitalize on the fact that maybe Gregory's deck is not built with many extenders in mind. So she's actually sacrificing a lot of tempo here in order to mainly set up a bigger turn. So now the question is back to Gregory. Does he have a hand to capitalize on the fact that Stefania is not threatening a lot of damage from turn to turn? So if Gregory should be really happy with seeing that, because he can probably feel that Stefania is struggling a bit with the fact that her arsenal is locked a lot of the time, and he probably is very happy to see that she's simply sending 2 damage through. But the question is again, does he have a way of capitalizing that extra card that Stefania allowed him to get because he simply shot a harpoon at him? Okay, Gregory already activates a harpoon. That should be really bad news for Stefania now. Oh, and we see a sip. So 7 power, overpowered. Again hitting with the overpower. With on hit, discard the card from top of his deck of your deck, if I'm not mistaken. So again, does Stefania has another block, or will her life total start reaching to that critical point of not being able to block? But I can see here Stefania has a much more decent hand, but it was a bit too late, because now Stefania would most likely love to keep this hand. She has so much damage packing, she has so much going in, but it was a bit too late, unfortunately, for her, because now Gregory managed to find another ship to actually attack for lethal, and Stefania probably doesn't love that. Because Gregory can now smell the win. If Stefania doesn't manage to block well this overpower attack, that means that every other turn that Gregory will have a harpoon in arsenal, that could potentially be it for Stefania, because she has already blocked with so many block cards, and we are reaching towards a stage where it gets closer and closer to fatigue situations, to second cycle situations, and we haven't seen any block cards being pitched. On the other hand, we've seen some cracked bubbles being pitched, and that's something that Stefania definitely doesn't love. Stefania wants to end the game now. Stefania wants to put herself in a situation where she will be the aggressor and she will be the one threatening the damage. So by the time she reaches the second cycle and starts seeing these cracked bubbles, it won't matter, and that's exactly what she was looking for last turn. It's a Seekem shot from Arsenal, her bow is still up, we've seen another 4 go again out in her hand, so Stefania now is really looking to put the pressure on Gregory. It's a very, very hard situation for Stefania here, because if Gregory manages to keep 2 cards in hand and has another harpoon type in his arsenal, which he he has. I mean, she knows that Gregory has a harpoon in his arsenal. So if Gregory can manage to keep 2 cards in hand, if she doesn't have another block or another Rally the Coast card, that could be it for her. So Gregory is only looking to maintain his life total. He no longer cares about the golds that Stefania could get. So let's see. Stefania closes the combat chain, activates the bow, and shoots another, because now she has the gold to actually make a harpoon. So Stefania actually now threatens a lot of damage. She packs a lot of damage. Oh, actually chooses, oh, it's the reload the bow, so unfortunately for her, and she can actually untap the bow. That means that she threatens another 2 points of damage. I mean, she did an amazing turn. This is a very close game right now, because Stefania threatens 7 damage while Gregory is only at 5 life. There is no way Gregory can keep a 2-card hand to actually threaten lethal. So Stefania actually managed to bring the game to a state where she has a very real chance. And we see a bunch of 2 blocks from Gregory's hand, blocking only for 4. Means he takes 3 damage. Now both life totals are 2, and he gets a harpoon and shoots another 2 damage. That means Gregory will be forced to block with even the last card in his hand. Gregory is in a really rough spot right now. And that was the only problem with the harpoon Marlin. The fact that he could not extend his hand back to back. And now, at least Gregory will be shooting for 2. At least Gregory will ask for a card from Stefania. And the fact that he's the aggressor and has more gold means that even if in next turn Gregory is forced to use every single card in his hand, that probably means that he can still shoot another harpoon. So will he be able to chip down Stefania, or will Stefania manage to find the correct breakpoints in the enough output to actually force Gregory into considering every single card in his hand and potentially find lethal? Because again, 2 power is not enough to threaten Stefania, and she could be looking for a great hand. We can see Rally the Ghost card. Scar for a Scar is a bit too late, but that's always a 4 power card, if anything else. Stefania would love to be able somehow to take 1 point of damage and be to lower life total, but unfortunately she cannot declare no blocks, and she has no equipment with 1 point of value that could potentially reduce her life total down to 1. I think we've seen here a magnificent sequence from Stefania navigating a very hard game with a very rough deck, but still managed to find the lines of how to navigate and how to end this, and find the victory condition in her deck. And I think that's a skill that a lot of flesh and blood players have, that you need a lot of times to actually see during the game how can you actually win this game, and not only care that, you know, the current thing is a problem, but what's the win condition, what's the victory condition for Stefania, and she has actually managed to identify that. So the only question now is, does she have enough damage to put Gregory in a position where all he can do next turn is simply shoot harpoon? So we see a deck counting, so there are only 4 cards back in Stefania's deck, and remember, we've seen 2 copies of Cracked Bubbles, so Gregory should be feeling great that if Stefania commits a lot of resources into attacking, even the harpoons will at some point start getting these, getting the last copies of real cards from Stefania's hand. So that important is probably the most important turn in Stefania's game plan. Does she have enough damage to actually put Gregory in a position where she will have the time to actually end the game before Gregory can capitalize on the fact that Stefania has been blocking a lot this game and that Gregory has generated more gold than her? Because again, next turn, we are in a situation where any random 2 cards, maybe even a single card at this stage of the game, could mean that the 6 overpowered Harpoon is coming. Because Gregory still has access to some gold, so we see a rally the ghost card being used to block. Okay, so let's see how Stefania wants to navigate this. Oh, and we see a Zagby Nimble. That's a great card. She has so many copies of Nimblism, so she gets rid of Nimblism. That's a 4-go again. That's something that definitely that Gregory doesn't love to see. It's a breakpoint. It's an annoying number. And how much more damage does Stefania has? And will Gregory try to go for the win and block with a single card? Or will he actually respect and try and deny the gold? Oh, we see a block. Oh, see a block that only blocks for 2 and lets me look at the top of his card and also will heal 1. That means that Stefania can actually now get go again. If she actually closes the combat chain, if she had this information, she could probably block a different way, because now she can manually ask for to close the combat chain, but she feels like she wants to set up and simply place a scar for a scar. So that probably Gregory already looked at the top card of his deck. That means that if he has a 3-block, which he does, and the top card of his deck is another blue card, that could potentially mean lethal for Gregory. Gregory could actually here be threatening lethal if the top card in his deck is a blue card that he's already seen that. And here is the first cracked bubble that was pitched during the first turn of the game. So Stefania only looks for 4-block currently, and Gregory pops a gold, make a harpoon. And that easy game there for Stefania. Does he have the resources to actually block? Gregory pitches another blue and shoots a 6 overpowered harpoon, while Stefania only has a few block and it's even overpowered. She only has 2 block. And that's game for Gregory Patelis. That's game, a very close game, a very nail-beating game. That almost came to actually manage, Gregory actually managed to reach to a stage where it was in the second cycle, and that cracked bubbles actually bited Stefania. Very close game. So that was it for the first round of draft of the high seas, and I mean that's again I will keep talking and talking about the same thing over and over again. That I love the fact that we've seen so many different archetypes in the high seas draft. We've seen a more red line focused Marlin. We've seen a more heavy harpoon Marlin with a lot of blocks that wants to activate harpoons and arsenal and shoot again and shoot again. So I really love what we're seeing and what we're getting with the high seas draft. And the next round is going to be crucial for a lot of players, because the next round could potentially mean that if a player reaches 5-0, he's 1 game away of locking himself for day 2. Because with X and a few X and 3s are going to actually move to day 2. So players that have that dominant position of having 6-0, maybe they're pretty much locked for top 8, and that could be a very strong point for the next round. So the time in the round has ended, so we will be back very shortly for round number 2 of draft. Stay tuned.
fifth round of draft. So here we will be featuring some players that we've seen again. We will be featuring Gregory again because this is a very important round for these 4-0 players currently. I mean, there is a 64 player base currently, so that means that every player that wins the next match, he most likely only needs to win a single game to go through. So we will also be seeing a Gravy. Gravies have been performing very well towards the in high seas draft, and again, the interesting part is that Gravies have so many archetypes that we could use. I mean, Nielsen also in his article in Fab TCG talked about the 3 different archetypes of Gravy, the very heavy ally Gravy, the no ally Gravy, fair value Gravy deck. So I'm really excited to see what Anastasios Fedsavidis also brings to the table, and we will be moving to the game. So Anastasios is one of those newer players, one of the newer waves of players in the Fab TCG Greek scene. He's one player that is not located in Athens, and I'm really excited that. I really love that to see that more and more players start traveling to play to these bigger events like national championships, etc. So Anastasios managed to top 4 in RTN in the last season to qualify for these nationals with playing Dash IO. So he's a very young and very promising new player in the Greek scene. So again, I'm really excited to see how he has navigated draft, and I also love the fact that these type of new players also bring a lot of new things to the table, like how they approach draft, etc. So the game has started. It looks like Anastasios will be taking the first turn, and we see only 2 pieces of equipment from Anastasios. There have been only 2 graves, so we can expect that a lot of good gravy cards. When we see some getting discarded from turn 0, that's what I'm talking about. Anastasios opens really well with goes first. Gravy is one of those heroes that can mitigate the going first even better, because they have so many things to set up. I mean, setting up an ally will be really hard for Marlin most of the time to deal with, and Sam is the perfect card for Anastasios to begin the game with, because Gregory could potentially, who was hoping to Anastasios having a very heavy ally deck, meaning that you won't be able to block, but Cham is one of those allies that you are forced to interact with. And the 6 points of hit points in constructed, most of the times it might not feel like a huge problem, but in limited, having 6 life is so hard for Gregory to manage to deal with. And also the other really important aspect of Cham is that the aspect of discarding an ally in the constructed scene most of the time might feel like an actual card disadvantage, where here in a position like this where Gravy right now has no gold, actually getting that extra ally in your discard pile might actually be very relevant. So a very hot opening from Anastasios Hadjistefanidis. So let's see. I mean, that's sometimes to be expected when not too many players draft Necromancer. I mean, imagine like playing Necromancer and on third pack a player next to you that already struggles a bit with his playables opens at some. There is no way they have the luxury of cutting a card like this. And here we see the very big impact and power play of that. And again, this is something I really love about the high seas draft, that the cards feel powerful and important, but they don't feel like, it doesn't feel like they consume the whole drafting process around them. So
Let's see first of all if Gregory chooses to hit face or try to go for Cham. Okay, and apparently Gregory wants to deal with Cham. He doesn't want to deal with that later. He simply wants to he simply wants to get rid of Cham so he no longer has that to worry about. And that's exactly what Anastasios Hadjisavidis was hoping to happen, because right now, what happened turn zero, I mean, both players lost a few cards from their hand, Gregory lost a few more, and Anastasios will be the first player to have the first real turn of the game. And here we see a red Jittery Bones with 4 again discarding a Swabby from hand. So, and that's the luxury you have as Gravy when you keep these 4 card hands. So, pretty good sequencing from Anastasios Hadjisavidis here, because it's so easy to do that 1-2 push of, okay, now you lost a turn and you get rid of my Cham, and now I can do these greedy plays where even though the top card of my deck is not helping me achieve these discards, I don't really mind because his engine starts working. It feels like Anastasios Hadjisavidis is on a more heavy ally deck, and it would make a lot of sense because there were only 2 gravies in the pot. So that really annoys Gregory, because Gregory really does not enjoy not having access to gold, because he doesn't really like interacting with allies, and the fact that Anastasios forced him to do that really interrupts his gameplay of drawing a card every turn. So Anastasios just takes a setup turn, deals a bit of damage, and then goes for the setup in Arsenal. So Gregory should be happy with the sequence. He would really not like to see another 7 power attack or something like this, or the ally somehow hitting the board. And Gregory chose to go with the deny gold route. That's really interesting and really important, because if he makes the call that Anastasios is actually on the very heavy deck of very heavy ally deck, that means most of the time that he needs to he wants to have access to this extra gold. He wants to have access to these free discards. So Anastasios here probably doesn't want to respect this too much and just takes a cheap damage. It was the only thing that Gregory could set up, but even a 1 power Guardian could be very relevant, because actually getting that 1 piece of gold could potentially help Gregory gain even more value in his turn. So, and he has another buff, so he threatens another 7 damage, threatening to loot the treasure island. I mean, threatening to loot the treasure island and get all of the gold is really important, because even though there were only 2 not so powerful turns, it means that the treasure island got stuck with a lot of gold, meaning that right now Anastasios has to make a really hard choice. Will he respect the 7 power, meaning that it won't be so easy for him to play the Cham, to play a blue card? I mean, there aren't too many blue cards that can actually have natural go again. So if he's planning to actually use the Cham, it will be really high. If he's planning to use the Cham, he needs to keep quite a few number of cards. So he actually also goes for the deny gold route. He doesn't want to lose all that tasty loot from the treasure island and let Gregory get the full of the hoard from treasure island. So, but the problem now with the heavy ally list of Gravy is, can he actually threaten a decent amount of damage in order to be able to ask again for the next card? Oh, and we see a Charter Course. So, and we see a Charter Course unfortunately not fully hitting. I think Anastasios would probably hope here to actually hit a blue to have the extra resources, but that's one of the most efficient ways to get a blue into your graveyard. And Anastasios probably feels that Gregory is not planning to go down the fatigue route. Gregory is aggressively using hack cards, aggressively using equipment. He double blocks his attack to deny his allies. He probably isn't he probably isn't threatened that much from the fatigue playstyle, from the fatigue aspect. So we see a Kassai here. We see a Kassai here buffing itself, so that probably means that Anastasios doesn't want to pitch too much and just wants to do a cheap damage, and that's very smart because that means that it's quite easy it's really annoying for Gregory to prevent the gold, and also Gregory used his equipment so he can no longer block these annoying breakpoints, and also Anastasios wants Jump probably to hit the board on a more relevant game state, where now the 3 go again is sometimes way easier to find compared to the 4 life, because 4 life most of the time means that it needs to take a full attack. The 4 life of Kassai means that an almost real attack that could potentially threaten his face will be heading there, and if he gets the read that Gregory will not attempt to go and clear the board but will go face, generating that 1-for-1 value every turn could push him into a situation where it's actually super annoying for him to deal with. And we see a red Sip being blocked with. I mean, that's a very powerful card. I mean, that could mean 2 things: that either Gregory has a much better card to use, or that he's a bit flooded with reds. Oh, and Gregory does a very nice sequence there where he actually taps the ally by loading the arrow. So let's see if Gregory is planning to play another attack from his hand, or he's simply planning to buff with the weapon his arrow. And so far as I know, he's activating chest. It feels like Gregory wants to be really aggressive here. Gregory does not want to play a slow game. Oh, and that was it. He had a lot of red cards, a bit flooded with red cards. So in order to keep the pressure up and keep attacking on Anastasios, he needs to overpitch. So that's a good thing in the aspect that he has a lot of threats packed for the later stages of the game, but that is not something that Gregory Patelis wants to happen. Gregory wants the game to end fast. He wants to keep the pressure up, to get the value out of his good cards before the Gravy can set up his engine and start getting all this value from allies and him being forced to attack. So we see Rally the Ghost card blue being blocked while blocking for 5 and getting another ally in the arsenal, and now Anastasios is in a very dominant position. If Anastasios managed to establish a board, I think it will be really hard for Gregory to deal with that, because it's just so hard for Gregory with the type of deck we've seen him play to actually navigate and So there are currently 2 allies in the graveyard, but we see that's the problem. That we see Anastasios being a bit flooded with allies, so pitching 2 yellows, trying to find something to activate his hero ability, trying to find a blue with natural Goyen in order to play these very powerful allies he has in his arsenal. The 3rd ally to simply attack for 6. Oh no. And my guess is that he didn't have this card in hand, because he would love to get another ally in his graveyard, but Anastasios currently is not cashing in greatly the value that could be generated from his allies. So that's probably the win condition that Gregory is hoping for. The fact that Anastasios now missed a turn because he didn't have a very strong blue to actually utilize the amount of cards he has access to. And that could also mean that we've seen now 2 allies being pitched on the same turn that Gregory pitched 2 big red attacks. So if the game reaches that point, by the time the big red attacks from Gregory will be here, Anastasios will simply have allies, will not be able to block. So we see another big attack for 7. coming towards Anastasios, and that's a very strong card into gravy, because walk the plank means that if the walk the plank goes through and the attack hits, he will be forced to tap the gravy. He will be forced to tap the Katsu. So that will be really hard for him to maybe navigate the next turn. So that could mean two things. He needs to either activate gravy in order to use the effect now, he needs to fully commit to a block, and he has struggled a bit to find the blues and the resources he needs, because remember, I mean, in order to play an ally like Cham, I mean, the blues we have in draft is not like in constructed, where with one card or maybe two cards, it could be so easy to trigger gravy, get a card, and get the resources you need to actually play the Cham. In order to play the Cham, he needs at least 3 cards, so it's not easy. So 4 damage go through. Gregory should be really happy with this sequence, but still the game feels quite shaky for Gregory. His threats are running low, and with the moment his allies start hitting the board, it will be really hard for him. Oh, another 2-4-6 that sets up another ally. So Anastasios is setting up. So Gregory should be really happy with this interaction. The only question here is, will Anastasios manage to also set up an ally on this turn and manage to hit with that? Because that's the only thing that Anastasios currently is missing. What Anastasios needs to happen is he needs a cheap blue. He needs a cheap blue in Arsenal and pitch another card and attack with Rigor Mortis to keep the pressure up. If that happens, that's really bad news for Gregory. But if that doesn't happen, Anastasios might never have the time to utilize his allies. Anastasios might never have the time to get his Rigor Mortis and Celis and all these values he got. When he keeps attacking, because he's struggling with gold. So Anastasios actually takes the aggressive approach, and that's really interesting, because by the time, if Gregory's Pateli's life drops too low, that means that whenever, that's the worst situation you want to be in, that when an ally hits the board and you get hit by that, you need to respect it, you need to actually commit cards, and that's the position you never want to be in that type of matchup between a Grave and a Marlin. So it looks like Gregory goes with a really defensive approach, really aggressively again, tries to set this up, because he feels like he needs to maintain his life total. Gregory wants to reach that second cycle, he wants to do these value turns, because he knows that if the game reaches towards these later stages where Anastasios will be somewhat flooded with his allies, and Gregory attacks for 8, attacks for 7, Anastasios might still not have the resources left to block. Anastasios might maybe not have. So a clean very attack for 7, again heading for face, not caring about that Katsu. And also the other problem is that Anastasios, even though it was really smart from Anastasios to set up a Katsu compared to a Swabby, the Katsu is not the best. It's not the best ally. If it's the only ally you have on board, you don't really love simply attacking for 4 with a yellow pitch. And we see another ally. Okay, now we should be 100% sure. I mean, we've seen like, what, 8 allies at this point from Anastasios Hadjisavidis. I mean, Anastasios is on the very, very heavy ally deck of Gravy, and that's the only problem. Does he have enough activators to actually utilize? I mean, Gregory can now see the writing on the wall. If he wasn't sure already, he should be 100% sure now that his only win condition is not going to be fatigue. His win condition is not going to be run him out of cards. His win condition is going to be to hit the face and force Anastasios into these weird blocks, force Anastasios into these very hard situations. And finally, nice, we see the small ship, the boaty, with go again by pitching a second blue card. So, but the problem is, again, this is not a blue card. Again, Gravy will not be activated after this one. So Gregory is super fine with blocking for 5 and keeping the pressure up. So the real question now is, again, does Anastasios have a way? And here it is. Avasti giving Goyen the next ally, even though that most likely will not be super relevant because Anastasios doesn't have enough resources, he can finally fetch a Rigor Mortis and start slamming for 6. And now Gregory is on a very rough decision because if he takes 6, he will give gold to Anastasios, and then that Rigor Mortis will be there to doom him because Anastasios could suddenly move back into the position of simply blocking and attacking with Rigor Mortis. But apparently no. Gregory went for the full defensive line. Gregory is really looking forward to reach that later stage of the game where he gets his good attacks and Anastasios will not be able to handle that. And so the question is now, can Gregory deal with the Rigor Mortis? Okay, Gregory, having set up a harpoon, can kill Rigor Mortis, so he doesn't want to see any of that. He doesn't want Anastasios to simply be pitching one resource. He wants him to struggle to find the blue extender to set up his ally. He doesn't want to give him that free pass of simply pitching any card of any color and attacking for 6. So Anastasios, now that he has a big loot, a big treasure, he is going to capitalize a bit on that to actually reach his second cycle. And finally we are, with the speed that Hadzavidis actually draws. I mean, we've already reached that point of second cycle, but that's at least a turn faster from Gregory. Gregory probably is a turn away right now from getting this hand with his big attacks. But now, will Anastasios give him the time to actually utilize of these very, very big attacks? And we see a graveyard activation getting another ally in the graveyard, but as you can see, the deck of Anastasios runs a bit low and there are still allies in the deck. Anastasios is super prepared to play versus Marlin that would attempt to fatigue him with that number of allies, but does he have enough activators to actually set up and play these allies and force Gregory into that defensive position and actually consume even the last gold in his board? So now with a quadrillion cards, Anastasios will actually use Mutiny, and there is nothing Gregory can do about this Mutiny. Stealing gold from the captain, and now the watery graves are up, all the allies are ready to leave the graveyard and start attacking Gregory, but how much damage can actually Anastasios push because his deck is running super low? Anastasios' deck is running super low. Will he have the time of capitalizing all these juicy allies from the graveyard? And what does he want? Does he need a Scooby to get an extra card into his blocking? To get an extra card into his deck? Does he want to... Oh, it looks like he simply is attacking with talishar for 3. Getting the go again from the Mutiny was really smart because now he wants to see how Gregory is going to react. Will Gregory again move into the defensive position and simply clean an ally, or Gregory wants to play this big hand and start pressuring damage to end to reduce the life total of Anastasios? And it feels like Gregory is not having any of that. Gregory does not want to give a gold for free. And it looks like Anastasios really wants to go into the aggressive. He doesn't care about setting up, he doesn't care about using his allies. All he wants to do is force Gregory into a corner. He does not want to give him any time of setting up all these annoying things. He does not want to give Gregory any time. So the lifestyle of Gregory is right now 5, but the only problem right now is that Anastasios does not have a lot of cards left in his deck. So we see another 6 cards being pitched this turn and an extra 1 card. So there are 2 more full hands from Anastasios and he's at 10 life total, while Gregory also has a single more hand. So Gravy here is quite ahead in fatigue, but
Will Gregory find the damage and the resources to end the game before Anastasios can actually utilize the quadrillion allies? Because the moment any of these allies hit the board, it will be so hard for Gregory to deal with the game. Swappy threatens lethal. Selly is almost unkillable. Scooby will bring the ship back into his Scooby will bring the ship that he just played back into his deck to actually end the game, and with the overpower, either with overpower or with the fatigue. So Gregory has a really rough decision now to make. The good thing about Gregory is that currently we are on the second cycle, so Gregory could potentially remember the card that he pitched. So we're pitching a blue and we want to play the blue ship. We finally, did we get to do that? Have we set up a blue card on the top of the deck? Or was that the yellow we were forced to pitch in order to attack? He has the option, Gregory has the option of doing that once more, but that means that he won't have enough gold to generate harpoons later, towards the later stages. But right now, Gregory still has a harpoon, so he could potentially do that. I'm guessing he's trying to remember what's the next card he pitched in this hand. Oh, and he actually found a red. It's a really hard decision for him. There is nothing he can play currently. The ship is simply outside of his reach. There is no way for Gregor to play the ship right now. The card he really tried to set up, that a single discard from the top of the deck of Gregory really messed up his sequence. And Gregory simply chooses to swing for 6. He doesn't want to do that. The fact that there are only 3 cards left in Gregory's deck means that he could potentially force to draw that card, and he could potentially set this line of play next turn. But the problem is, will Anastasios give him the time? Will Anastasios give him the luxury of actually blocking with only a single card? And again, remember, Marlin was heavily drafted in this table. I'm not so sure that Gregory has enough 3 blocks to actually maintain his life total. So if Anastasios could threaten a lot of damage here, that could mean that the ship will never get played. And another mutiny. It looks like Anastasios has some second genesis. Yeah, he wants to consume his horde before he goes to the mutiny. And now there is nothing that Gregory can do again. That second cycle mutiny here to steal the gold, activate Gravy. Now he has overpower, so Gregory is in a really rough spot now. Using the compass to look at the last card of his deck, and he has many juicy options, but there is still an ally that Anastasios had to with his deck. So there are a lot of decisions here. Anastasios could bring Scooby in order to set up. Anastasios could bring Scooby to set up a ship for potentially a kill next turn. The other line is to simply play Swabby and attack for 8 with the help of Katsu with 8 overpower. That could potentially mean that Gregory can only block the single card, and next turn with a single card he can threaten another 7 damage that will most likely force Gregory to go on the defensive. And here is Swabby enters the field. Swabby enters the arena. Katsu gets activated. And
Swaby will swing for 8 overpower. That's a number you cannot ignore. And the only problem is that Anastasios also has a short deck. I mean, Anastasios also has a very small deck right now. So Gregory will choose to block with a yellow seed. He will take the 5, he will go down to 3, and Anastasios will get the gold from Treasure Island. And now Gregory is on a very rough spot. He planned to try will he plan to try and close the game, meaning that Swaby will stay on board, or will he attempt to do something else? So, and from Anastasios, we've seen the very clutch play of keeping the last card in his hand, keeping the last card in his deck an ally, so he could potentially in his turn Jittery Bones go again in order to play an ally for lethal. So, if Gregory deals with Swaby, if Gregory deals with some Swaby, that means that he can play a new line attack. If Gregory attacks, that means he can either block with 2 from his arms and block with a few more cards, and simply attacking for 7 could mean the end of the line here for Anastasios. For Gregory. Anastasios actually only blocking 6 with 3 cards. There is a single card left in his hand. So he takes a 3, goes down to 2. Gregory gets the goal. That could potentially be a game-winning goal that could actually shoot the last harpoon he needs. But that's the question. Does Gregory have the resources to actually block for 8, or is this just a game? Oh, and he can only block for 7. That's it. Anastasios Hadjisavidis actually manages to win this game. So that was a very close game from Anastasios, and we are. So Anastasios is right now only a single game away for potentially launching his place at the top 8 of the Greek Nationals 2025. So Gregory is still live. He has to play an extra game of draft, and he hopes to do well to stay live for consideration. But that was a very interesting gameplay, very interesting use of the heavy ally deck, where Anastasios simply chose to ignore his allies. He was like, he's not getting any of that. He simply wants to make the allies hit the board when it's more relevant towards the later stages of the game, and it's really hard for Gregory to actually deal with that board. So I'm very excited about this game. So time has been called for the round, so we'll be back very shortly with the next round for the last round of draft. So stay tuned.
And we are back. We are back for the sixth round and the third round of draft, the final round of draft, the high seas draft in Greek Nationals 2025. So here I brought you a table from another table, the 2-0 from another table that we will see now. So these players are both X&1, so they are really hot. The winner here will be, again, really close of making sure that he will get a spot in order to participate tomorrow, in order to lock and potentially claim the title of the Greek national champion 2025. So both of these players have very strong deck. They did a very clean 2-0. Panagiotis Damiris being one of the older players in Flesh and Blood, one of the first wave, as I call them, in the Greek community, has been an OG player, has played a lot of Guardian, managed to top 4 in Nationals back in 2022, and he's a very seasoned player of Flesh and Blood, also a member of the Flesh and Blood Duds. And on the other hand, Andreas Kapsalis is pretty much the exact opposite. I mean, Andreas Kapsalis is a very strong, aggressive player that started playing the game after Alexandros back in 2023 managed to claim the World Championship title. So I'm really excited to see what both of these players are bringing up to the table. I mean, both of these players are very seasoned. Both of these players are some of the very good players we can show from the Greek community, and both of these players have managed to do a 2-0 in their draft. So Marlin, we see another Harpoon Marlin here and a Gravy, so it really depends on. We've seen that type of archetype, so I'm really excited to see what type of how Andreas Kapsalis will actually navigate that archetype. It looks like Panagiotis Damiris took the first turn and simply decided to set up. Panagiotis could easily be in the more no ally archetype compared to the last Gravy we've seen on stream, where it wasn't a super heavy ally. So, but let's see what Andreas can do to actually punish that time that Panagiotis wanted to do and set up, and the fact that Panagiotis had nothing to do in order to set up. So Andreas Kapsalis simply going for Load and Arrow. That was a very good card at the first turn of the game because you no longer had access to an arsenal, and Andreas aggressively pitching to simply deal a bunch of damage. I mean, Andreas is not taking his time. Andreas does not want to take this game slow. Andreas simply wants to end this game fast. Andreas wants to close the game, and we've seen this again and again with Marlin into Gravy, where the Marlin player simply wants to end the game fast. They want not to give any time to the Grave player to set up the defenses, to set up these activators for Watery Grave, to get these free cards in the graveyard, and simply looking to swing for 11 and keep pushing damage until Panagiotis Damiris is backed into a corner. It looks like Panagiotis is planning to block, simply doing the value play. It's almost impossible to block an 11 power card. The only good thing is that even though Panagiotis did not get the advantage of turn 0 fatigue-wise, he also did not fuel the Treasure Island, meaning that Andreas Kapsalis will deal 6 damage but will only generate a single gold, which is definitely a good thing for Panagiotis because he doesn't want to give too many gold tokens for free to Andreas Kapsalis, so towards the later stages of the game, he won't be able to do this very powerful turn. So we see a flying high blue. So his next attack will get +1 and go again, and we see Jittery Bones blue being played with no activation, simply for the damage hit. Looks like Panagiotis wants to actually work for the gold.
I thought with the Jittery Bones, when he saw the top card in his deck, that he was planning to set up something, to planning to actually use Jittery Bones aggressively, but Panagiotis apparently is looking to actually generate some gold tokens. So that's why he preferred to use his hand aggressively to force Andreas either on the defensive or being forced to use some gold. That's a very interesting decision for Panagiotis. Let's see though now if Kapsalis will manage to block well in order to prevent Panagiotis from getting access to all these gold tokens. So it looks like Andreas has a lot of 2 blocks though. That's not a great sign. He would love at this spot to have a few more 3 block cards. So we see a Rally the Coast Guard simply blocking for 2. Apparently Andreas has accepted the fact that in this turn most likely he will not be able to prevent a gold, and we see a Slotty, a really nice token from Poland. So let's see, and Panagiotis is fine with this interaction. Panagiotis is fine with committing a few cards and actually setting up the Jittery Bones for a turn later in the game, where he will also be able to set up the attack with a Watery Grave card. Here we see a nimblism into the arms. Andreas is smelling the blood. Andreas wants to be in the super aggressive position into playing a nimbly. Fetching another nimbling, so most likely Andreas Kapsalis was expecting to block with an extra card, that actually Panagiotis did a very hard read on Andreas' hand, because now Andreas is forced to get intellect penalty for 1. That 6 power is still a bit annoying, but not the end of the world for Demiris. And yeah, by the looks of it, it feels like Demiris is definitely on the more low amount of allies type of gravy deck. Still considering his block, potentially he doesn't want to give Andreas the extra gold token. Okay, he looks at the top card of his deck and he probably is fine. My guess is that right now he's simply looking for a blue. With a single blue, Panagiotis can do a lot of wild things. Even with a yellow by activating the chest, but now Panagiotis has set it up a very powerful turn, even though he paid a lot of life to do that. Panagiotis paid, so let's see if Panagiotis' gamble will actually pay off. Does he have the extra blue on the top of his deck? Is he planning on using the gold? Does he have a water grave on the top of his deck, so he wants to use the Jittery Bones? Panagiotis actually here has a lot of options, but he needs to start to putting the pressure up. Okay, it looks like he will simply go for a C7 overpower on hit, destroy an item they control. That's a very solid turn. That's a very solid line. So he knows that this will actually push damage to Andreas. So Harpoon Marlin most of the time wants to block with at least a few cards. So the overpower there was really annoying. And Panagiotis could potentially simply... Panagiotis could potentially there simply have used in the previous turn with the action point the Forgo Again card, but that would have not resulted in Andreas actually getting a bit of intellect penalty. Oh, and Panagiotis finally gets a hand that's a bit heavy on allies. Will he get punished now? But Panagiotis should be fine in that situation. I mean, he has 3 slotting. I mean, he can totally use his hero ability in order to get rid of one of them, but does he have a blue activator? And we've seen that in the previous game, that these decks that rely heavily on attacking and blocking with a gravy archetype most of the time do not have many ways of easily activating the gravy, and easily playing a blue because sometimes the numbers are just not there. So it looks like Panagiotis will not skip any time. He wants to get the full information in his hand. And he drew another talishar. That's really, really bad for Panagiotis, being a bit flooded with allies. Not drawing any ally for the first few turns of the game and now getting flooded a bit. He would have loved to actually have seen the top card of his deck right now, but most of the time when you know you want to use gravy, most of the time you don't like using the compass because you feel like you are planning on using gravy either way. But was this a situation where you would prefer to use the compass? So 4 damage go through. Andreas Kapsalis is building a solid life lead, a solid life advantage. Generates the gold, generates another gold, and Panagiotis Demiris right now is on that very low life total. Panagiotis needs to actually play an ally and start putting some of the pressure away from him. He has a bit more life total to work with. He still has 8 points of life, so maybe he can still actually take a hit, but that's the last of it. I mean, how many more allies do Panagiotis has in his deck? I mean, if he has a lot more allies, that could potentially be a huge problem. And that's sometimes the reason why this archetype where you want to play the game of simply attacking and not using a lot of allies, that's why sometimes it's better to restrict yourself from using allies compared to actually flood your deck with allies simply because you have them. Because most of the time when there are only 2 gravies in a pod, it feels like there is an infinite amount of allies, so it's really easy to get baited sometime in order to do that. So Panagiotis really doesn't block well from this situation, so Panagiotis now needs to force Andreas, not into the defensive, but at least force him to start interacting with the allies. I think Panagiotis really needs to develop an ally in the arena this turn. And the gamble Panagiotis took at the first turn of the game, where he actually played an activator from his arsenal, could potentially here bite him. So we see a blue Tippy being heading towards Andreas' way, and Andreas only has a single point of equipment, a single block, but that could also result in a resource that sometimes you really need that. You really need to use that in order to get that extra resource to sometimes save yourself. So he could potentially be forced to give the extra gold to Panagiotis. So right now Panagiotis is looking a hand with activated gravy and an extra card in hand, and it's a Fiddler's Green, oh no. So he's looking for a blue card, he's not looking for a red card. Panagiotis has been quite unlucky with the sequence of the draws, because if he had information from the beginning, it could totally mean in a completely different way that this had have been played. So Rigor Mortis hits the board and attacks, and another red in the hand of Panagiotis Demiris. So at least the threat is now there. At least now Panagiotis can start declaring that he is totally fine with blocking with every single card in his hand and attacking with Rigor Mortis. So that will really put the pressure on Andreas, whether he wants to actually deal with Rigor Mortis, or is Andreas smelling the win? Is Andreas sensing how close he is to attempt to get the title of Greek National Champion 2025? So Andreas pops a gold, get the card into his arsenal back into his hand, because my guess is that he wants to be even more aggressive. He wants to reduce his gold even more. What is Andreas looking for? Is he looking for resources? Is he looking for an aggressive card? Is he looking something to extend his turn to actually punish Panagiotis? Oh, and we see another Jack be nimble. Punishing another nimblism. The nimblism archetype on its full-on power. So another Forgo again coming, not only threatening lethal, but threatening that very annoying hit effect. Panagiotis is forced to block, he doesn't want his board to get interacted with. So can Capsalis actually find the damage to push through and close this game? He has a big hand, but does he have anything to do with that many cards in his hand? I can see a 1 for 4 go again in his hand, but it requires him to have less gold, so that's why Andreas is aggressively consuming all his loot. He's just drinking away his problems. I mean, he's consuming all that gold to actually reduce his gold total and get a free reload of a red salvage shot. Does Andreas have any way to actually extend his turn? Because it's really easy from this situation. Andreas has the life total of accepting at least one hit from Rigor Mortis. So if he allows him to get a turn once, it will be fine if he can threaten lethal. And untapping the bow? Does he have another blue card? Untapping the bow and shooting. Oh no. Getting the resource and keeping a card in arsenal. Okay. So right now, Marlin shoots. The salvage shot shoots for 12. 12 is a lot of damage. I mean, Gravy needs. It's not easy to be able to block 12 in the Gravy deck. I mean, all of these non-attacks most of the time block for 1, and we can see simply a 7. A 7 bar block here, and that's not enough. The allies beated him. Really unlucky hand from Panayotis. At the beginning, he never had the allies to actually develop, and Capsalis actually managed to get a win there. That was a very quick round 6, the third round of draft, but right now here the view finally starts to become clear. I mean, we can totally see the Andreas heading with healthy 5-1, and a lot of these players could still really potentially contend the top spots, but it's starting to become clear. Really interesting games. So now we are going to have a break for the players before we resume for the 3 more rounds of Classic Constructed. So we will be posting the time when the stream resumes. So thanks a lot for being here. We'll be back after the break for the last 3 rounds of Constructed to see which 8 players will actually move to day 2 in order to try and challenge the title of Greek National Champion 2025.
And here we are. We are finally back to enjoy some more rounds of classic constructed. The players had a break. The players had the time to chill and relax after the long day we had today in our hands. And after the 3 rounds of draft, now we are heading towards the final stages of the tournament. So right now, this is round 7. This will be a very important player for a lot of players because a lot of players right now still struggle to maintain their they struggle to maintain their position and their opportunity to get to top 8 of the Nationals 2025. And there are a lot of players that want to establish their position and actually manage to reach the top 8 status. So here, now I'm bringing you again a one-of-a-kind deck to face finally versus the newest meta game of high seas. I'm bringing you a Gravy versus Bravo Showstopper. So Anastasios Papagiannis has actually managed to be X-1 with Bravo. Oh, apparently we have a mistake. Give me a moment and we will be right back. And we are finally back, this time with the correct pairing. There was a mistake during the round, so the matchups were not live, but here we are back. We have the correct matchup going on, and again, I promised you a treat. I promised you that I'm going to show you a one-of-a-kind deck, and we actually do have, but unfortunately we do not have a Gravy this time to face off Anastasios, but next round, I promise you, I will bring a Gravy on stream to witness some of that high seas magnificence. So, right now, we are witnessing the 6-0 player who wants to lock his position of reaching the top 8, Iason Kouvakas, who is playing Yarl currently into Anastasios Papagiannis with a 1 of Bravo. So a traditional game. Now that we have a new Guardian and Brute set, what other best way to celebrate by having a Guardian mirror on stream? So right now Anastasios wants to be alive for the top 8 for day 2, and Ashonas just wants to make sure that nothing happens to his position in the top 8. Yasun Kuvakas right now is in a very good position because he most likely is locked for top 8 unless something really weird happens. But having that extra game means that you can have the decision in the dice roll, which is quite important in the Yarl matchup versus a lot of matchups. And Anastasios is still fighting for his life. Anastasios needs a couple of more wins to be able to get locked for top 8, so it's high stake games for him. And again, it's time to celebrate with a Guardian mirror about the new Guardian Master set. So let's see what's going on. So the interesting part about Bravo in general, and maybe Yarl a bit, is that, you know, a lot of players, especially new players like Jason, like Yasunas, that it's a second wave, even third wave to the Greek scene standards as a player. I mean, there are these types of players where they haven't played too much with they haven't played too much with these older OG heroes. So Bravo Showstopper is a deck that, you know, some of the older players might be very used to it right now, but it's really interesting to see what Anastasios is bringing up. What's the game plan of Anastasios? Why did he want to bring Bravo on this type of tournament? And can Yarl deck actually face off against, I'm guessing, the aggressive side? And that's the interesting part about Bravo in general. I mean, are we expecting a fatigue Bravo? Are we expecting a very aggressive Bravo? Are we expecting a mid-range Bravo? So, knowing the history of Anastasios is one of the very complex players in the Greek metagame. He's mainly an aggressive guy. He used to play a lot of Aurora. I mean, he has played a lot of decks like this, but Bravo was the hero he actually started the game with. And, you know, in the first few years where he was playing Flesh and Blood, he was really focused on, you know, playing, you know, that OG aggressive Bravo with all the threats and the pummels, etc. So I'm really excited to see Anastasios actually bringing Bravo back, and I am expecting a very aggressive playstyle from Anastasios Papagiannis. So, and that's the thing. I mean, if you've seen that type of matchup, a few year backs, it was fine. It was something that people were used to. I mean, Guardian mirrors, you know. Yes, of course, both Guardians will bring their anti-fatigue deck, and both Guardians are going to bring their big defense reactions with they're going to back their big defense reactions with all the things, etc. So now it's not, I don't think we are that used to seeing this type of slow grindy games, because another hero that had a slow grindy playstyle, which was Florian, you never, from the Guardian side, you never really wanted to be running things like Stone's Response, or, you know, these very heavy defensive cards. So most Guardian lists have pretty much trimmed that down. So I'm really interested to see what will happen here. So it looks like Jason is going to have the first turn of the game, and it looks like he wants to aggressively pitch in his arms in order to try and set up. So, I mean, this is probably what I'm guessing Anastasios will want to accomplish this game is that he wants to keep the pressure up. He wants to be the aggressor. He wants to be activating the Bravo hero power pretty much for free. I mean, we have seen so many Bravo players a few years back saying that, you know, the hero power of Bravo is a bait and you're not supposed to activate the hero power too much. And I think that's pretty much true still, but in that type of matchup, in a Bravo versus Yarl matchup where both players are not expected to have huge threats, it's really interesting if Anastasios manages to generate enough tempo so he can still be activating his hero power for free. But Jason Iasonas looks like he's prepared for this matchup. He has the stones responses, maybe for Azalea, maybe for some other aggressive deck, but it looks like, oh, and the dominated Mangle. It's not so much that the hit effect right now is relevant. It's not the hit effect that we care about right now with this Mangle. It's the fact that it prevents the Guardian from blocking well. But Anastasios with the defensive hit, ready, setting up that D-React in Arsenal, doing the efficient tempo play. So both of these players are seasoned Guardian players in a sense. So it will be really expected to see these very fast-paced turns because they are planning to do a lot of hammering, have a lot of back and forth, a lot of, you know, pretty much automated, because this game could very much likely go to fatigue. This game could very much drag all the way down to the last few cards. So, and that's one of the magnificent things that Bravo actually brings to the table, which is that Bravo still has access to that pitch stack, that legend of the Bravo pitch stack, where he actually wants to set up. And probably Yarl is one of the best examples to do something like that, because he wants to. He wants to. Yarl won't have the threats to pressure him, so Anastasios can still use the Anethos, can still hammer down and try and set up these crippling crashes with a bunch of blues, these starstrucks with a bunch of blues, to actually set up and deal enough damage. So it looks like it's a Command and Conquer coming, some mild interaction. In a broad sense, I will say that Bravo is favored because he has way more threats, and Yarl does most of the time does not have enough threats. But the elemental keyword and the really interesting part about Yarl in general is how is the deck built? Because you can build a Yarl deck from total disruption with ice to, you know, to a lot of slower stuff, and it looks like that's a very good turn from Yarl. That's one of the very few good extenders that actually Yarl has, the Icequake. The fact that Icequake can get attached to weapons. So now we see a Sledge for 9 really punishing Anastasios Papagiannis for not having a second 3-cost card to actually put more pressure with to actually put more pressure with his Anethos. So Iasonas had all the luxury, all the time in the world, all the resources in the world to simply beats his Pummel, keeping a threat for the later stages of the game and still pressuring a gap. And Anastasios follows back with another tempo play. So really is looking to, that could potentially generate a lot of tempo for the Bravo side, because if Iasonas is already running you know, stones responses and maybe a few copies of Sync below, he could be pretty much stuck in a hand where he has a lot of defense reactions and it's not so easy for him to block. So it feels like we are seeing something similar like this. He wants to interrupt that. Iasonas seeing already a Command and Conquer, seeing the second copy of Command and Conquer being used, probably means that most likely means that there won't be a lot of other Command and Conquers coming, but the follow-up Pummel from Anastasios Papagiannis to actually do that 101 Tunic Guardian gameplay of it's a single blue Command and Conquer and play the Arsenal Pummel. And another great strength about Pummel in general and Command and Conquer for Bravo is that
Players want to keep defense reactions in arsenal, so when Bravo activates his dominate ability, that they won't be able to play around his dominate. So actually punishing a defense reaction in arsenal is one of the ways why this deck used to be a very huge part of the meta game, having access to a very strong line of Command and Conquer and Pummel to punish all these players that want to arsenal their D-Reacts to play around the dominate is a great way to set up the Bravo hero power activation. So it looks like Anastasios is on the OG Guardian boots. Rather than use flexors, rather than use a card that requires an extra commitment from hand, it looks like he wants to use the OG Guardian boots, the Guardians that reward the opponent with a quicken, and on some very timely manner, like here, giving a quicken to the opponent effectively does nothing, because the fact that Iasonas chose, even though the quicken is so important for Guardians because it's so hard for them to get access to go again, the fact that Iasonas chose to get the go again mode means that he's planning to attack again, so he won't be rewarded for the quicken token. Iasonas probably considering whether he wants to play the Command and Conquer or swing with Sledge. And it looks like no, it looks like Iasonas wants to take the slow route. He wants to punish Anastasios for giving him that free quicken. He wants to do a big turn to actually push damage and not keep playing that fair trade game. A really interesting approach from Anastasios. So we see a Bravo activation into an Anythos the hard way, as they say, to actually make the Anythos swing for 6. And arsenaling a Starstruck is a quite relevant piece of interaction here. Dominate not being active, obviously, on the weapon, so Iasonas can simply block with 2 cards and keep the pressure up. And now let's see if the Command and Conquer that Iasonas arsenal will actually reward him. And now there it is, the Command and Conquer now. That's the line that Iasonas saw, that he'd much rather have a single turn where he threatens a Command and Conquer and probably another Sledge attack, if not another threat, in order to put some pressure up. So that's a very smart decision from Iasonas, where you're pitching to blues in order to attack with your hammer. You need to, either way, you will have the 2 resources floating. So the intellect penalty he actually gave himself last turn could actually be translated to a lot of damage here. Oh, and it looks like Iasonas is on the very heavy route. We see a copy of Remembrance here from the Iasonas side. That's a very interesting tech in his deck. So that's a very good turn for Iasonas, because he can simply block, Anastasios is not threatening a lot of life, and he can actually swing back with hammer. He can either swing back with hammer by pitching 2 cards and keeping his tunic up, or he can use the Remembrance. And Remembrance is a great card for Arsenal, because at some point CNC might threaten, but unfortunately that's the last copy of CNC, so at some point that Remembrance could be very relevant to reshuffle 3 of his threats back into his deck. And we see a second copy of Felling. So the traditional OG 2-card 8, the Michael Hamilton special, the 2 cards 8 of Tunic with Chokeslam. Chokeslam is not so much that it's relevant, even though sometimes it could have text into Yarl. The most annoying part, I think, is that mainly it's a 2-card 8. And Iasonas does not enjoy the fact that he's so behind in life total and wants to play really aggressively into the tempo game. And he didn't have the time to set up his Felix, so he's fine to probably Arsenal right now and try to do the setup. And that's a very interesting thing, because it's very typical in a Guardian mirror that you want to actually punish the opponent Guardian player by giving him all the tempo in the world And that most of the time means that Guardians do not tend to have many ways of using aggressively a 4-card hand, even though that could totally mean that Bravo is an exception to that. Bravo sometimes can actually ask for the dominate, but does this mean, does he have the threat? Does he have the big attack? We know he does, and we can see a crippling in his hand and the Zealous belting. Anastasios has the perfect hand. Anastasios wasn't planning to block at all with the hand he has. So that's a very interesting spot right now for Anastasios. Does he have the resources though to actually post his turn? Because most of the time it means you can either play Zealous or activate Bravo. So let's see which decision Anastasios goes by, because we know he has a crippling crushing hand, he has a Zealous belting, and does he have the resources required? And it looks like, yeah, it looks like Anastasios wants to simply go for the damage, pitching the red Chokeslam in order to give go against his Zealous belting and instantly punishing Iasonas for wanting to play the long game. So I think right now the win condition for Iasonas is pretty clear. Iasonas wants this game to drag out, wants the threats to run out of Anastasios, wants to not have a lot of threats. And he wants to start seeing his failings and doing his very good value 2-card plays like Felling, like Oakenhold and stuff like that. We haven't seen yet any copies of Oakenhold, so at this point I'm really interested to see if Iasonas is even running. Oh, and we see a Mangle, a full activated Mangle, so it's a 10 dominate. 10 dominate Mangle with 3 cards is not the worst thing, but he actually paid a lot of life to do that because he had to take a full swing, but Iasonas feels like he cannot allow the Bravo to keep getting all the tempo, because if he doesn't have a defense reaction in Arsenal, he might not feel comfortable giving 4 and 5 card hands to Bravo every single turn. He wants to start catching up to the life total. But that's a very interesting part from the Bravo side, that it's a very interesting part that Bravo is definitely weaker to all these aggressive strategies like Cindra and Azalea compared to Yarl, but these are the matchups where Bravo actually shines because he has the crippling crashes, the starstrucks, all these aggressive cards. Most of his deck blocks for 3. He has a lot of big powered blue attacks, so it's really hard for Bravo to run out of steam. He has the sideboard slots for Zealous belting, so most of the time that these are things that the Yarl player does not have the luxury of using the sideboard slots for that, because he wants to have the Blizzard, and all the ice cards, because he wants to have more interaction with the opponent's deck. But that's something that's completely irrelevant into a deck like Bravo. Not completely irrelevant, but it's way harder to interact with him that way compared to a deck like Cindra or Azalea. So Anastasios has the option of committing a lot of equipment to get rid of the Mangle. We know he does not have a defense reaction, so right now 6 damage go through. That means that Iasonas can get rid of his boots, so Anastasios felt like that the 1 point of damage was not as relevant as a quicken, because a very interesting note here is that Sledge of the Anvil is one of the very few weapons of the game that actually do not have a once per turn trigger, so he does not want to give potentially at some point Iasonas a turn where he can simply go attack with Sledge twice off 3 blues. So, and here we see the dominate Starstruck. Most of the time it's not that the Starstruck hit effect will be super relevant, it's more that the damage, it's really hard, it's really weird for Iasonas to block, and Iasonas' life total starts to get lower and lower. So, oh, that's a bit unlucky from Iasonas. Does he have the second Earth card to decompose, or will he be forced to block with Shelter and miss another opportunity of actually decomposing? Because
That was his problem when he first saw the first few copies of Felling, that he had no cards, no earth cards in the banish zone, so he wasn't happy with playing Felling simply for a 4 as a 4 power card, because it wouldn't threaten enough damage, it wouldn't threaten as much damage that he would have hoped. So, oh, and we see a full block actually. It looks like Yasonas again wants to take the slower approach, and he was a bit flooded with red cards compared to Bravo. And that's definitely a thing in the deck building of Bravo compared to Yarl, that Bravo can have the luxury of using increasing his blue count by so much. So for instance, if in this game both players increase their deck size because they feel like that this game could very easily go to fatigue, it feels like it feels that the better blue distribution of Bravo actually shows up a bit here. And Anastasios actually took a very aggressive line of taking the full hit, which is something that you most of the time never want to do, in order to pull off his very aggressive turn. And it looks like Yasonas was finally able to activate his first decompose card. And now the Phalanx will be active, so that's a way for Yasonas to come back, to catch up to the tempo of this game, because Anastasios is not giving him any time. He has already played 2 copies of Zealous Belting. If there is a third one, I mean, if you manage to play 3 of the Zealous Belting, it's one of the better threats for these type of matchups for... It's one of the better threats for this type of matchup. So Yasonas took a lot of damage and used a lot of resources, but still manages to sledge for 6. And right now, Anastasios should feel pretty confident, because that's a spot where you love being. Again, in these mid-range games, you want to be in that spot where you are the one making the decisions. You are the one that chooses when you want to take damage. You are the one that, if you feel like you have an aggressive hand, you want to take the hit and play your turn. If you don't, you simply block and present the opponent. So Anastasios once again chose to do a very aggressive hand into a dominated crippling off the top. And again, that's where it shows, where the actually blue distribution of Bravo is really strong into these type of situations, because it's way more likely for Anastasios to get a crippling with 3 blues. So even though the life total is pretty similar, that crippling crush will actually devastate Yasonas, because it will most likely mean he will take some damage. Yasonas no longer has access to Tunic, so Yasonas is in a very weird situation now, because he will most likely lose his next turn, because there is no way he does not have Tunic up. So it's a very tricky situation where I can see that Yasonas has 2 blues, and it will really depend on what the discards are going to be. So Yasonas takes a very smart gamble there. Yasonas takes a very smart gamble there. So if he keeps the defense reaction, that was probably fine for him. If he manages to arsenal a powerful card, and skipping his turn will not be the end of the world. If it's not though, that could mean a really rough time. Oh, and he has a blue. He does not want to arsenal. Not having access to Crown of Providence anymore means he cannot arsenal a random card, so he lost the 30%. Yasonas now is in a really has his back in a corner. He really needs this Bravo to miss a turn, or to simply get a big tempo and simply attack with a big attack, rather than keep activating and keep pushing damage. But Anastasios has all the life in the world, still has access to a few copies of Pummel, so he could potentially manage and find a life total in a situation where he can actually end the game. And here we see again, that's probably one of the reasons why you could
potentially choose to play Bravo. Oh, and he chooses to go for the Tierra he will not respect. So the only card that can actually stop him from hand is a Stone's Response, but Iason has already played 2 copies of Stone's Response. Does he have a third one? That's literally the only card that could potentially block him. Otherwise, he needs to commit his Tunic. He needs to commit his Tunic and an extra card to activate the Flexors in order not to get hit by another discard effect. And this is probably the strength of Bravo. I mean, this is the dominance that it shows to play such a aggressive Guardian hero. So I'm really excited to see Bravo operate this well. So it looks like Yasunas will respect. He knows that he cannot wait any longer. He cannot get hit by another card and discard 2 more cards. He cannot miss a hammer again, because the more he misses his attacks with Sledge, the more it means that Bravo will keep doing that and will keep digging his hand for threats. So Yasunas right now really hopes that Bravo will not take this hit. Yasunas really wants right now to see Anastasios blocking with 2 cards and simply hammering back for 4, and that's the win condition for Yasunas right now. We see another Tierra Sunder in the hand of Anastasios, so again he can choose to take the very aggressive approach of playing another Tierra Sunder to potentially lock Yasunas out of the game. Oh, it looks like Anastasios will not attempt to do that. Yes, it looks like Anastasios Papagiannis wants to actually play an aggressive hand. Oh, it looks like Rouse of the Ancients. That's what he planned to do. That's why he wanted. He feels like that disruption is no longer relevant. He doesn't want to give Iasonas another opportunity of drawing the 3rd copy of Stone's Response potentially, and he simply wants to push the damage. He can feel that Iasonas' life total is threatened, and finally he's at a stage where even if Iasonas has a very good hand, he can no longer choose to keep cards in hand. We see a 7 block coming from Rouse of the Ancient, keeping a single card, meaning most likely that he intends to block with an extra card from his hand either way. So Anastasios here has the option of either arsenaling the Chokeslam or simply using it to attack, but it feels like Anastasios can see what's happening, can feel the intent from Iasonas that he's planning to block with every single card in his hand, so he'd much rather set up Chokeslam in order to get another extender like a Pummel, or to simply dominate the Chokeslam in order to push more damage. And it finally happens. I mean, that's what Iasonas was waiting for. I mean, Anastasios is on the full offense and drew a defense reaction, but a defense reaction with a Zealous Belting. Zealous Belting means that the 3rd Zealous Belting, he managed to play all 3 Zealous Beltings in this matchup, which is very important. The damage is just so much for Iasonas to handle. And that could potentially mean he will be locked out of the game, because right now he can set up a defense reaction in Arsenal and keep hammering him down. Let's see if Anastasios chooses to swing the hammer and overpitch the sink below, or if he plans to actually play the Chokeslam and do the tempo play where he arsenals a defense reaction. So the reason to not use the Chokeslam there is that he can set up a kill. Okay, that's what... Oh, he had a Crippling Crush, so he could not have played the Chokeslam. So that's pretty much what Iasonas would have hoped. So that was the 3rd copy of Zealous Belting. No more Zealous Belting. There are a few more Pummels. So Iasonas really hopes that right now Anastasios will miss a turn, will not have that activate Bravo into a very strong hit effect. Chokeslam though is still a lot of damage. I'm guessing that Iasonas could have easily had defense reaction in Arsenal, and that's a very good spot. If Iasonas has defense reaction here, he can actually gain back the tempo. Oh, and he actually manages to block for 6 with a defense reaction from hand, only taking 2 damage. Giving him the Frostbite to potentially annoy him with a Pummel. Oh no! It looks like Anastasios still has the Pummel, and that's game!
Very interesting game, very masterful piloting from Anastasios Papagiannis there. Very exciting game, and it actually shows the strength. And it actually shows the strength of it actually shows again the strength, something that we discussed so much in this game. And Anastasios manages to get another win, moving to the score of 6-2. So right now Anastasios should feel pretty confident in this game. He's just a game away of locking himself for playing at top 8 and playing at day 2, or he could pretty much be in if he needs an extra win to be sure he's locked at the top 8, but that probably means that we will be seeing Anastasios Papagiannis tomorrow. So a very exciting match that we've seen. So we're going to check back on the venue and see how other players are going, and we will be back after the rounds end. So stay tuned. And so currently we are heading towards the final round. I mean, these players can finally sense the approach. They are so close to the finish line, so close of locking themselves for the day two in order to compete for the title of 2025 Greek national champion. So we will be showing you a Dash IO into a Cindra game. A Dash IO into a Cindra game. So Dash IO has been one of those decks that was actually the main reason to bring this type of aggressive strategy. It was very much represented in the Greek national scene, in the meta breakdown, and the main reason to bring Dash IO into this meta game is that you get the good aspect of the aggressive side while having an edge in the middle, while having that bigger variance of doing these huge turns. So I'm really interested to see what this matchup is going to look like. Will Cindra, the most solid, consistent Mask of Momentum deck, will prevail over the variance of Dash IO, where Dash IO can do these huge turns out of nowhere, can set up this item, draw these extra cards, and pull off these amazing turns out of most of the time thin air. So will Dash IO manage to do that, or will Cindra, the average king, will Cindra, the consistent aggressive playstyle deck, manage to actually lock this one for herself? So Anastasios, as I've said before, is a relative new face in the Greek scene of Lesser Blood. He managed to get top 4 into an RTN back in the last season, and that gave him the invitation to be able to participate in the Greek Nationals event. So he's a relative new player that new blood brings, is outside of Athens, so I'm really happy to see this type of players to actually travel and want to participate in the bigger inside the country events like the Greek Nationals. On the other hand, again, we have Andreas Kapsalis. He was one of the type of players that got very influenced by Alexandros Archiriou win in 2023 in the World Championship Barcelona, and he picked up the game a few months after that event, so he has now started to become a seasoned player. He always loved the dragonic ninja aspect. He was always tinkering with ninjas, he was always tinkering with Fi, even when the metagame was not so good into them. And now that Cindra is in a very good position ever since Haunted released, it is his deck of choice for the past few months. So, and it's finally time for him to show that expertise. So both of these players right now are looking for a single extra win. They are looking for an extra win to lock themselves into the top 8. So they can feel that they are simply a game away from locking themselves into the day 2 and participate in the top 8. So in this matchup, it really depends on the deck building choices of Andreas Kapsalis and whether he has went. Will he choose to go down the defensive route? Will he be more aggressive? Will he try to play more mid-range type of play? Or will he just try to overwhelm Anastasios Hadjisavidis with the pressure that Cindra can show up? So something to be expected, a Mask of Momentum from Andreas Kapsalis' side, from the Cindra side, and a fridge, a lot of equipment with the new arms from High Seas that could actually block for 2. It's something to be very much expected now that the Dash IO player can actually have a lot of equipment to defend, so it almost feels like it's a garden. So it looks like Dash IO will get the first turn.
And that's a comment from Alexander Sargiriou that was also playing Dash IO during this event, where it pretty much feels like a lose-lose situation, because that's exactly that Cindra in general wants to go second, but what happens if Dash IO sets up two items? I mean, Boom Grenade and the Declocore. I mean, it almost feels like Anastasios Kantsavidis will have the first real turn of the game if Andreas Kapsalis is not able to, if he is not able to pull off a big turn. It feels like the Dash IO player was actually the first player to have a real turn of the game. So in this game, what Dash IO really wants to happen is that she wants to prevent as many mask momentum activations as possible. So blocking the second Kodachi of Ignite means that mask momentum now is resetted, and Andreas Kapsalis will attempt to at least threaten the mask in the next turn. So it looks like Anastasios Kantsavidis is very aggressive with his equipment. Anastasios Kantsavidis wants this game to be really fast. He does not want to give Cindra any time. It's like, nope, you're not triggering mask momentum this turn. I will be the one having the first real turn. Now, Andreas Kapsalis is in a really hard spot because literally no attack has gone through after the first chain link. So the Ancestral Empowerment will give the +1, but Anastasios Kantsavidis actually overblocked for one, and Andreas Kapsalis got a second Ancestral Empowerment to actually push through this attack. That's a very interesting sequence of event, because right now the flick of the second dagger means that the mask momentum is now active, and Andreas Kapsalis actually managed to get the extra card. Andreas Kapsalis should feel really great right now. Dash IO really committed really hard to try and prevent this combat chain from evolving, and it was all for nothing. Andreas Kapsalis still managed with a double Ancestral Empowerment to hit and keep the mask momentum active to actually punish him. And Dash IO already starts with a lower life total. It almost feels like this game is midway, and this is only turn one. A really fast, aggressive matchup, activating Cindra for an extra 3 power and the last card for Arsenal. So currently Dash IO only looks at 26 HP in order to maintain every single card in her hand. So let's see how Anastasios is going to pilot this turn, because we've seen a lot of things here. There's a Declocore, there's a Bomb Grenade, the pistol already has 2 counters. So Anastasios Kantsavidis really needs a very strong turn right now. Anastasios needs a very good turn. Oh, and it looks like we have a Protocol Red, a card that literally right now doesn't have a lot of text because there are no attack actions in his graveyard right now. Oh, it looks like he played that off the top, so now Dash IO has 2 action points and has T-Bone. Does that mean that will Anastasios Kantsavidis manage to gather all the pieces? Will he manage to will he manage to actually get rid of every single piece of equipment? Because apart from the Draconic Boots, there is no other equipment that's blade break. So right now that means that if any other copy of T-Bone, any other copy of T-Bone means that it will actually get rid of equipment, but no, it feels like Anastasios Kantsavidis needed this card to hit the graveyard in order to be able to have a target for the Protocol Red, but that could easily mean that he has more things to do in the Spark of Genius. And here we see exactly the explosiveness of the Dash IO deck, and fetching exactly that, the very powerful card from the Dash IO Armor deck. The card that actually pushed this hero into doing these insane things we saw during the Pro Tools and the World Championships last year. So I'm really excited to see what Anastasios can actually pull off, and that's probably the reason why why Anastasios chose to so early get the action point, because he had the spark of genius in Arsenal and wanted to actually have access to the extra draw. So activating the Claw Foundry, because the deck size is pretty much irrelevant in this matchup. I don't think this matchup can ever reach a point where it can actually go to fatigue situations. So now Anastasios is probably going to look for a card that will have the most impact out of the top of his deck. He probably will have some selection over which card he wants to draw. Oh, and we see a 1/4 Gurgen. Metex, that's card that's only seen play, haven't seen too much play outside of a draft from Bright Lights, but that card giving an actual hit effect to the attacks of Dash IO, meaning that in specifically these type of matchups, in specifically these very aggressive matchups where the opponent never wants to block, it could simply mean that Anastasios Hatsavidis could simply put an extra item into play, and that could easily mean that he gets a third action point, another red boom grenade. Anastasios Hatsavidis and Dash IO really eat through the life total of Andreas Kapsalis like there is no tomorrow, and then another boom grenade that there is now a third action point. Anastasios, after filtering a bit the top of his deck, actually tries to find a card that he wants to play, and he has maximum velocity and another T-bone. And the T-bone here could easily mean that he can actually use the protocol red to fetch a second T-bone, so he will in fact ask for an equipment out of the armor piece of Andreas Kapsalis, because the second T-bone from the graveyard will ask for a card, and that's another boom grenade. So even though Andreas Kapsalis had the amazing turn 1, first real turn of the game, and he was very, very aggressive, Anastasios Hatsavidis feels like he has already started to make this game way closer. But on the Andreas Kapsalis, we can see that he has the specialization, the Cindra specialization, that could potentially mean he wants to keep every single card in his hand. Andreas does not want to commit any cards in the defensive side. He wants to have a huge turn and try and rush down the life total of Anastasios Hatsavidis, but does he have the luxury of taking this huge turn? Another 7 damage going through, and instantly the life total in the first turn of the game. This is one of the fastest games we've seen so far in this tournament. These players have only played a turn, and their life totals are already shrinking down to almost nothing. At the second T-bone, a second T-bone that forces Andreas Kapsalis to lose a valuable piece of equipment, and that's the thing. That's the thing with Cindra. Losing the chest piece, which is probably the weakest one of the equipment, means that Andreas hasn't cast in any of the extra counters from the chest, and that's a really bad spot to be in. Pistol going in between, and the maximum velocity. He threatens to send Andreas Kapsalis down to single-digit lives in the first turn when he actually attacks. Dash IO really showing here why this deck is so dominant, why this deck can do all these things. And actually Andreas Kapsalis chooses to block with a card rather than go down to single-digit life totals in the first turn of the game. And these are the reasons why Dash IO feels like such a solid choice. It feels like a very powerful deck, because even though after all this hate and all these decks, Dash IO can actually do exactly that into these type of matchups. So here we see a 4-guy again with Oath of Loyalty. Andreas Kapsalis really needs to trigger his Mask of Momentum this turn. Andreas Kapsalis really needs to actually find the resources in order to come back to this game. And there is a spreading flame. And we know the last card in Andreas Kapsalis' hand is the specialization. The only problem is that he has no way of supporting that. Andreas Kapsalis actually prefers to flick here rather than swing with the extra dagger attack. So he flicks in order to keep Mask of Momentum active, and the Mask of Momentum will get now activate from the specialization. A huge turn coming back from Andreas Kapsalis. This is the fastest game we have witnessed. Probably we will witness the whole weekend. Both of these players are going off. There is nothing defensive. They simply head for the opponent's leftovers and simply want this game to end as quickly as possible. So we see an off-the-top item from Dash IO that could potentially mean that he can sacrifice the 2 extra resources in order to get a red card back into his hand and fully blocks to prevent Mask. But Andreas Kapsalis is not done. The third of Mask of Momentum is over, but specialization with spreading flames, you know what that means. That's another 6 points of damage and another 3 by activating the boots and allowing it to attack again. So by turn 2 of the game, in the second turn of Andreas Kapsalis, Anastasios Hadjisavidis is on single-digit life totals. But now that's the problem. The life total of Anastasios is really, really low. The problem is how much damage, how much pressure up can the Dash IO do right now? Using the boot, generating an action point, the deck size really doesn't matter at this stage of the game. This is already turn 3. This is the third turn of the game for Anastasios Hadjisavidis, and he already needs to start thinking about situation where lethal and maybe, threatening and potentially receiving lethal could be a real problem. So here we see a casual 3 go again, heading his way. The bad thing from Anastasios Hadjisavidis' side is that we haven't seen a lot of boom grenades. Anastasios really needs right now to find an item off the top of his deck. Anastasios really needs to find something useful to boost that extra damage off the top of his deck, because this is a turn where Cindra is pretty much off. Cindra, most of the time, when there are no daggers on board, she wants to keep her hand. She wants to keep her hand. She wants to increase that dragonic chain links. She wants to be able to get back her daggers to keep the flowing of the damage going through. So Andreas Kapsalis will most likely not want to commit any card towards defending that. And the problem is, will Anastasios Hadjisavidis be able to threaten lethal? Because if Andreas Kapsalis manages to keep his hand, the equipment from Dash IO are done. There are no more equipment from the Dash IO side. Mask of Momentum is super free. It's a free reign right now. But this is also another huge problem for Andreas Kapsalis, that the protocol red currently was threatening the activation of and getting rid of another piece of equipment, but apparently Anastasios Hadjisavidis prefers to go down the route of putting the pressure up. He doesn't really care about getting rid of Andreas' equipment. So at least this turn will mean that Anastasios could potentially threaten an item off the top, and an item off the top here could pretty much mean lethal unless Andreas wants to block this one. But this card is pretty much unblockable from the Andreas side, because unless he has a defense reaction and a 4-power defense reaction, he cannot use equipment to block this type of attack. So he needs to either gamble to not take and if there is a bomb grenade on the top of the deck, that could potentially mean lethal. So he's committing the spreading flame, and here the biggest problem with spreading flame, we see another processor off the top, another extra card. Anastasios Hadzavidis managed to find an item that could extend his turn towards these very nail-beating turns of the game. So now even two pistol shots could potentially mean that even a second pistol shot would mean that he needs to ask for a card, but the extra card means that he can now go and fetch an attack with boost, a red attack that boost that could potentially threaten even more damage. Andreas Kapsalis is getting threatened lethal in the second turn that actually Dash IO wants to attack. One turn setup, one turn deal, 30 damage, a second turn swing for lethal. That's one of the fastest paced games we have ever seen. And this pretty much shows the power of Dash IO. If you leave Dash IO uninterrupted, if you do not run, if you do not play a deck that can actually interact, if you do not play a deck that can actually block well Dash IO, that's a thing that can happen. Andreas Kapsalis is being forced to use these two blocks defensively and is forced to commit his mask of momentum. Andreas Kapsalis goes to single digit because he feels like he needs to ask for at least a few cards from the Dash IO side. Let's see though what Andreas can do with a two-card hand. So Raven's Rabble, a very good statement for this type of situation, a pretty much unconditional 0 for 4 again. That's exactly what Andreas is looking for, and Andreas right now probably is looking for, hopefully he has another 4 power card, and he does at least. That means that he will ask for at least a single card from the Dash IO side, meaning that Anastasios will not have a full turn. But now that's the problem. Will Anastasios Hadzavidis manage to find a big enough chain link in order to threaten enough cards out of the hand of Andreas Kapsalis and get full back? So a blue, a T-Bone is coming for 1. Okay, at least it's good news for Andreas. He knows that there is most likely scenarios that he will not be able to use the flick knife this game, but now a break point coming, a 0 to 60, a 4 go again that will most likely ask for 2 cards out of the hand of Andreas Kapsalis unless he has packed a few copies of some defense reactions. So if the last card is another breakpoint with go again, that could be it for Andreas Kapsalis. I mean, that could be it. I mean, he could potentially lose the game on the spot by these annoying breakpoints. And another 3 go again. No, that's a 3 go again. Lucky for Andreas. That means it will not be a breakpoint, but that's it. I mean, he got every single card out of the hand of Andreas Kapsalis, and now Anastasios Hadzavidis is looking to play with a full hand. A full hand Dash IO, while you don't need to allow any attack to go through. Andreas Kapsalis is really on the defensive. Andreas Kapsalis at this stage, he would really have hoped, at least he's running the shelters. Andreas Kapsalis was prepared to play the more defensive style versus Dash IO, but he never had the time. He never had the time to actually do something like that and set up. So Boom Grenade, the good thing from the Andreas Kapsalis side is that Boom Grenade currently doesn't accomplish much being in the hand. So it would most likely mean that it's a card that Anastasios wants to pitch in order to attack. But a throttle going towards the way of Andreas Kapsalis, at least it's a blue throttle that Anastasios would hope to get 2 cards, but the shelter is there to save the day. So right now Anastasios boosted into a Spark of Genius. That's one of the very few cards that can actually generate a type of card advantage, but right now there are not a lot of cards that can extend the turn a lot. So Anastasios Hadzavidis is looking for the protocol red to potentially try to find an extra card that has an annoying breakpoint like a zipper hit or a 0 to 60 to actually force the Andreas Kapsalis into a situation where he can no longer block. Now, there are two more cards in the hand of Anastasios Hatsavidis, but he still has access to the Protocol Red, so he could potentially threaten a lot more attacks. Oh, and the boom grenade off the top. That means that's an extra pistol shot. I don't think Andreas Kapsalis has the resources required to survive this turn. I mean, even the pistol shots are so much value that's really hard for him to deal with. And we see another activation of the chest, getting him the extra resource, and now attacking for 4 go again. 4 go again means that Andreas needs to block the 2 cards, and 2 more pistol shots are coming. Two more pistol shots and an extra attack. Dash IO just has so much damage here at this stage. That boom grenade off the top was enough to end the game, and that's game. Anastasios Hadzavidis managed to do that, to get a very solid win, a very fast game, a very fast-paced game. Simply here to show the strength of why this and he's here to show why Dash IO is should be a force to it's not a force to be reckoned with. I mean, Dash IO right now showed us an amazing display on why you wanted to bring Dash IO into that time. I wanted to bring Dash IO into this event because you're an aggressive deck, but sometimes you can get really fast. If Mask of Momentum never triggers or only triggers once, it's not enough value out of the Cindra player to use. And the game won't matter because if one turn you use the equipment and there is no other turn from the next turn and onwards, the opponent aggressive deck needs to be in the defensive. It's really hard to navigate from all of that. So that pretty much means that Anastasios Hadzavidis should be locked now for day 2, while Andreas Kapsalis needs to fight one more game, needs to play one more winning in to be able to compete at the top 8 of the Greek Nationals 2025. So there are 28 more minutes in the round. We will be back after the next round is up. So see you soon.
So finally, after the infinite delays, we are here. There was a huge problem in the pairings, but now everything's fine. The round's fixed, the players are ready to begin. This will be the final round of the day. Right now we are approaching the final line. These players right now have a single game to play. A single game them is between them managing to actually attempt to claim the title of the Greek national champion 2025. So you have seen a player from this game before today, and have been following him ever since. I'm really happy that we see him. Unfortunately, there is no gravy at the top tables with a winning in, so unfortunately, we will not be showing a Heis's hero right now. So we will be moving towards the game, and here we are back again with Andreas Kapsalis on Cindra and Isidoros Popovic on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. So I'm finally happy to cast a teammate. Andreas Kapsalis has had a really rough game last round with Dash IO. He really needed to get this last win to lock himself for lock himself for actually managing to go to day 2. So we'll see now if he manages to snatch the victory from Isidoros Popovic, or if Isidoros will manage to actually represent the team and manage to hit the top 8. So Isidoros has mainly been a very aggressive player. He really enjoyed playing these more aggressive strategies, these Isidoros has managed. Okay, so Isidoros has been a very aggressive player, really enjoyed playing more aggressive strategies. So when a deck like Arachne Slip Through the Cracks showed up, it was something that Isidoros was really ready to pick up, and it has paid off. Right now, Isidoros is only a single game away, just like Andreas Kapsalis, to actually locking himself and actually reaching this attempt to play at the day 2 tomorrow. So in general, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks is a rough matchup for Cindra in general. I mean, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, as we've seen already today, can push a lot of damage, can be really fast, can has these really unfair cards, and he also doesn't mind too much of committing some cards during the defense. The big difference though is that how prepared is Andreas Kapsalis for this matchup? Does he have the defense reaction? Is he running any copies of Snag? Because if a Cindra is prepared for a matchup like this, if a Cindra actually has the cards and the card pool to actually go through, Slippy is a deck that only has 38 HP and doesn't pack a lot of defense reaction, doesn't have a lot of equipment. So traditionally, that's the case versus Assassins, where it could easily go towards the other way. So the main win condition here for Arachne Slip Through the Cracks is that he wants to find Art of Desire Body. Art of Desire Body is the complete MVP in this matchup from the Arachne side of things, because apart from that, there are not too many way to unfair cards that Arachne Slip Through the Cracks can do unless he can, pull these huge amounts of damage and these huge turns. So it looks like Andreas Kapsalis will have the first turn, and even though Slippy really likes to go second in an aggressive matchup like this, Cindra most of the time has that advantage, the same white thing with Dash IO, where if you go second as Cindra, you will be the one presenting the first real turn of the game. But if you go first, it's really hard to block all these weird numbers when faced off against the Cindra, because now there is a forgo again, and maybe a flick, maybe there is a dagger attack, maybe there is not. So there are all these weird numbers that's really hard to not take any damage since turn 0. So Isidoros looks like actually wants to commit the equipment. That's really interesting. Isidoros prefers to not take damage rather than keep that extra block value for the next turn. And here we see a Ronin Renegade, a 3-go again, and keeping the Mask of Momentum alive. That's really interesting from the Andreas Kapsalis side, that he wanted to leave the Mask of Momentum active, because remember that he played Oath of Loyalty. The fact that he played Oath of Loyalty means that he can no longer play Ancestral Empowerment during this turn at least. So probably what Andreas Kapsalis was hoped to do there was to potentially bait an extra Shelter or an extra D-React. So just leaving a single point of damage, Isidoros taking the very solid option of blocking with 3 cards and committing equipment. I wouldn't mind too much getting rid of the armor value of the equipment from the assassin player on turn 0. So that's a solid start on the Cindra, but it always depends on what Slippy will show towards the first real turn of the game. So now this is the first real turn of the game, and it will all come down to this. Is Isidoros flooded on attacks? So it looks like we have a very heavy Celigar, and there it is, Art of Desire Body already hitting the board. That's exactly the card we were talking about. And even though Isidoros missed a lot of value for not generating the daggers here, he doesn't care, because buffing the Art of Desire Body up to 9 means that only defense reactions are cards that can actually protect him now. And the interaction between Mask of Perdition to this matchup is very devastating for Isidoros. It's very devastating for Andreas Kapsalis. So the only weird thing for Isidoros right now is that he would probably have hoped to have blocked with the head rather than the boots, because he here most likely would love to activate the headpiece. But simply the fact that there is an Art of Desire Body in Isidoros' graveyard since turn 1 is really important. So, and here it says Isidoros activates Mask of Perdition. He's really looking to push a lot of damage here. So 2 cards are going to get banished, and for every red card that Isidoros Popovich manages to find, he will gain 1 life and draw 1 card, getting an immense amount of value and life. And again, banishing 2 reds. I mean, Cindra is a deck that runs 57 most of the time. Out of the 60 cards are red, so it's pretty much impossible for the Art of Desire Body to miss. I mean, sometimes you need that to get lucky, but the only problem with that line most of the time is that, do you have the resources to actually keep pushing damage and to actually do something really impactful or really relevant in the turn afterwards? And Isidoros Popovich looks like at least he presents himself with an extra card that really wants to mess around with the turn of Andreas Kapsalis, because Bonds of Agony, and that's something we've witnessed already during this tournament, where 2 Bonds of Agony needs 3 attack reactions to be activated in order to activate its really powerful effect. So, and 2 of these attack reactions are already attached to his equipment. So Isidoros here only needs a single piece of an attack reaction card in order to be able to activate Bonds of Agony and actually punish the Andreas hand. And even though Cindra is one of those king of consistency deck, sometimes Cindra has this hand where, you know, they need a specific card to open the combat chain, they need a specific card to end the combat chain with. So sometimes it could be completely devastating to get hit by Bonds of Agony.
And that's pretty much the great strength of Arachne slip through the cracks in this matchup, where Arachne can really punish these type of strategies. So Andreas here needs to think really hard about the fact that whether he wants to block or if he wants to attempt to take the hit. The only problem is that he has no option over it. It looks like Andreas Kapsalis chose not to block at all, which makes a lot of sense and could potentially tell us that he has a hand that is consistent enough that even if one card is removed, it will be fine. So, and Isidorus will equip a new dagger and is activating the boots. So every single card of his equipment is now gone, but the bonds is active, and Isidorus will equip a new dagger for the flick knives. And it looks like a lot of damage. That's exactly what Andreas Kapsalis didn't want to happen. Andreas Kapsalis does not want to see a lot of damage coming towards the second turn of the game. So that's the thing now with Andreas, that Andreas has a lot of different cards that work pretty much on their own. So actually he had a hand where removing a card from his hand is not the end of the world. So that's why he chose not to get hit by the bonds of agony. That's why he chose to get hit by the bonds of agony. The only problem is that his life total is already shrinking so much. I mean, this is a match as from the Cindra side that you want to go a bit slow. You want to attack your opponent and force him to block weirdly and force all these Mask of Momentum activation and constantly dragging cards out of the hand of the assassin player. But it looks like again the game is just way off the charts. I mean, it's a really fast-paced game where Cindra really does not enjoy playing that. Cindra wants to have a fast-paced game when she's the aggressor. She doesn't want to have a fast-paced game when the opponent starts being the aggressor. So we get a sneak peek of the list of Andreas Kapsalis. It looks like he's very hardly committed in that matchup. Looks like Andreas Kapsalis came very well prepared with packing a lot of defense reactions. So if the game actually stabilizes at some point now from the Andreas Kapsalis side, it means that he could potentially efficiently block out the turns of Isidoros Popovic during the later stages of the game, while still maintaining his threats and his aggressive plan up. So the interesting part is that now Isidoros Popovic actually generated a second action point and he still has go again. So if he has a card like Codex or a card like Leave No Witness, he could potentially attack again, but apparently no. Isidoros is just setting up card in arsenal. Isidoros most likely is packed with a decent number of defense reactions as well, so drawing two cards at the top could easily mean that he could have a defense reaction. And now Andreas Kapsalis is finally ready to play his first turn of the game. So opening with Ignite, Isidoros knows that there are no tricks in the hand of Andreas Kapsalis. That's always an extra added effect of the fact that the hand is getting revealed. So Andreas Kapsalis also notes that right now Slippy does not have any piece of equipment left, so that means that these daggers attack are really hard for Isidoros to navigate. So right now he either needs to commit tunic or he needs to not block at all. And now the second chain link is up, and that's exactly the spot where Andreas wants to be. He is threatening a 3-go again. If Isidoros lets this attack go through, it means that Andreas Kapsalis will draw a card with Mask of Momentum. If he doesn't let it through and attempts to block, Andreas Kapsalis will flick to keep the Mask of Momentum active, and then on the next attack he will again threaten Mask of Momentum to threaten to draw an extra card, and that's exactly what happens here. And there is an extra card threatening, so Andreas apparently is choosing to play his arsenal and chooses to play a breakpoint, a Ravenous Rumble for 4, something that Isidorus did not have information about. So Isidorus could here not expect the 4 power card. I mean, it's a 4 power card that draws another 3 go again from the top of the deck, and that's exactly the game state where Andreas Kapsalis wants to be in. He wants to be constantly be able to activate the Mask of Momentum. He wants to constantly be getting this seed value and making it really hard for Isidorus Popovic to block. So it all comes down whether Isidorus has a defense reaction or not. If Isidorus has a defense reaction here, and Isidorus chooses to go for the tunic, Isidorus is smelling the blood. Isidorus can feel the fact that he's super ahead on the first few turns of the game and is looking to end the game now. He does not want to give the Cindra an opportunity to actually come back to this game. That's a very heavy commitment because Isidorus can simply identify that if I simply keep every single card in my hand, I can put the pressure up. I could potentially end the game, a very aggressive line, but we've seen this working in earlier games versus Cindra. I mean, the games just tend to end fast when you're winning. You don't want to give Cindra the time to do all these 3 go against and all these annoying attacks, etc. You simply want the game to end fast. You simply want to be the aggressor. So it looks like Andreas Kapsalis will actually take the 4 damage from the dagger and Andreas Kapsalis will get marked. And it feels like this is a codex, yeah, because that was a second copy of the Codex of Frailty. Isidorus Popovic did not have great cards to block with, and he most likely didn't want to commit 2 of his Codex of Frailty into blocking rather than losing the tunic, and that's interesting. Isidorus doesn't have a great offensive card here, but Art of Desire Body will have Go Again out of the natural ability of Slip Through the Cracks. So even though he might draw a card, and most of the time that line is not great because the card you draw is pretty much useless because you already have a Ponder token. Right now, the card he draws, if it's another attack, Isidorus could easily use this extra attack. So it simply drags a card out of the hand of Andreas Kapsalis, and I think Isidorus should be really fine with that because there are many cards that if you draw towards the second chain link or with Slip Through the Cracks, he has Slip Through the Cracks has a lot of cards that could be attack reactions, they could be defense reactions, so he could actually get intellect penalty. So I think Isidorus is really happy with the fact that Andreas chose to block. On the other side, Andreas Kapsalis probably didn't want this game to get any more wild. He doesn't want to let chances again allowing him Isidorus to draw an extra card and keep pushing him. So he's fine with slowing down the game because he knows, Andreas Kapsalis knows that now that the chest piece equipment from Slippy has been committed and has been destroyed. So the longer this game drags on, the more solid position Andreas Kapsalis should feel. I mean, Andreas Kapsalis really wants to activate Mask of Momentum again and again and again. And that's how he is planning to come back to this game. He doesn't really care about pushing that extra 4 points of damage. What he needs to do is for Slip Through the Cracks to have a hand that cannot block too well and is forced to commit a lot of cards in the defense. And now Isidorus took the hit because he knew that even if he blocks the 2-power card, that could mean that he could flick. So here now it's the 3rd attack in a row, Mask of Momentum is active, so right now Andreas Kapsalis is threatening to draw a card if this attack goes through. So Isidorus is most likely looking to block here. He doesn't want to give that for free, but Andreas Kapsalis still has the Flick Knives active, so it really all depends on... Oh, and there is an Ancestral Empowerment that actually buffs the attack up to 4, meaning that he gets to draw a card, and if that goes through, it means he will draw an extra card. And that's a very strong point, but oh no, Andreas Kapsalis actually found a defense reaction, and that will trigger his macro momentum, drawing an extra card. He really needs an offensive card. Oh, if I'm not wrong, that's Dragon Power. That's a Dragon Power Red in Andreas Kapsalis' hand. That's a Dragon Power Red, and even though he has no fealty because of Brand of the Cinderclaw, the Dragon Power will actually attack for another 7. So he actually translated both the cards he drew into 7 power, which could be way better, but it could also be way worse for the Andreas side. So Isidorus apparently took a very defensive line, chose to block here. And Isidorus apparently didn't have a great hand. That's the problem sometimes with Command and Conquer, that the opponent doesn't keep a card in arsenal. It's really hard you don't want to get the extra value. So Isidorus was probably looking to attack with the Mark of the Black Widow into a Command and Conquer, so he was fine with Andreas Kapsalis drawing a single card and keeping a card in arsenal, but he certainly didn't like the fact that Andreas Kapsalis could cash in the full value, and it looks like, oh, he has take up the mantle, pumping the attack up to 6, and Andreas Kapsalis last turn beats the defense reaction, so it's quite likely that he has no other defense reaction in his hand. We've seen though, we peeked a bit through Andreas Kapsalis' deck, and he runs quite a decent amount of defense reactions. So he could potentially have another defense reaction because we know what time it is. It's Art of Desire Body.